right. I think we're okay. Let's see. Buttons and numbers and things, switches. So you probably don't understand the hi. There we go. Little glitchy. I've been away for a couple days, so the computer's take a moment to catch up. We'll give it a pass. We'll let it. It needs a little time before it gets kind of rolling on things. I do have a ponytail today. I'm not wearing I didn't cut my hair. Just relax. And hi, happy Inevitability Day. This will be I'm sure we will be talking a bunch about stuff, but I thought before we jump right in, and by the way, Disneyland was great, and my girlfriend's birthday was fantastic, and I thank you guys for your patience, and welcome to Motang Monday. It's great that you have joined us for Motang Monday.
Michigan gave us Motang.
It's just one of those days. And why do I not hear? I should be hearing the sound of the things out my... I gotta hear this. There we go. So, I should be hearing the monitor of this, and I don't know why. It's very strange. But we shall find out what we will find out. Oh, I know why. Okay, well, we'll jump to it anyways. I thought it'd be smart kind of to jump to this little fella. Look at this little fella, this guy right here. Remember, he had a thing or two to say about Afghanistan. Yay, nice job, 500 loops. Motang. Thank you, Deanne. Thanks so much. If you'll recall, this young fella right here, he was, why is my thing's all dark? It's just terrible. Why is it such a thing? That over the last, I guess 3 days, everybody seems to have forgotten all the conversations about everything leading up to the Afghan withdrawal. Like it just did, like we're just gonna pretend like we haven't been doing this shit for years, and we're gonna forget that here you go. Let's hear the man himself talk about this. Because I'm curious, you're curious. What does he have to say about Afghanistan? This is from his, this isn't even a long time ago. This is just from Wellington, Ohio. This is just a few weeks ago.
Afghanistan, how about that? Worse than Afghanistan, where, by the way, I started the process. All the troops are coming back home. They couldn't stop the process. 21 years is enough, don't we think? 21 years. They couldn't stop the process. They wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process when other things are at. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a shame. 21 years by a government that wouldn't last. The only way they last is if we're there. What are we going to say? We'll stay for another 21 years, then we'll stay for another 50. The whole thing is ridiculous. So we're bringing our troops back home from Iraq. We're bringing the troops back home,
aren't we?
From Afghanistan.
It's just adorable.
We brought them back home from Syria. Remember the thousands of troops we had on the border with Syria? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember where you left the Kurds to die. Just for the record, he's only said it that one time though.
Recent reports that the United States is planning to reduce the number of troops in Afghanistan have raised concerns that U.S. plans for...
This is from 2019. If you'll remember that year, it was pre-COVID, so a lot of us have wiped it from memory.
A withdrawal could weaken Kabul's hand in the peace talks. Asked about Afghanistan Wednesday, Trump questioned U.S. involvement in that conflict.
Why isn't Russia there? Why isn't India there? Why isn't Pakistan there? Why are we there? We're 6,000 miles away.
Trump said the 9-year war...
But I'm sure that everybody we listen to, in the punditry class, and by the way, we got a little bit of Michael Lindell today as well, and some Sidney Powell for good measure, but why aren't they playing these clips on Fox right now?
The Soviet Union fought in Afghanistan in the 1980s.
What clip is this from? VOA News? What's... Very original America.
Was justified because the terrorists from that country were entering the Soviet territory.
It didn't work. Why do you... That's pretty anticlimactic, man. Don't play the video. Send them the good clip where I put the thing down in the thing and it goes soup. like that. I don't know why mortars say soup, but it makes me hungry.
And causing unrest. But he said the war has bankrupted the former Soviet Union and caused its collapse. He
I don't know, those vehicles look fine.
questioned the purpose of further U.S. spending on Afghanistan.
General Mattis thanked me profusely for getting him $700 billion. He couldn't believe it. General Mattis thanked me even more the following year when I got him $716 billion. He couldn't believe it. But what's he done for me? How has he done in Afghanistan? Not too good.
Trump also criticized some of the U.S. military
Not too good. I wanted to just cut and run.
strategy in
Why won't we cut and run? Why can't we just cut and run?
Afghanistan.
We have an area that I brought up with our generals 4 or 5 weeks ago where Taliban is here, ISIS is here, and they're fighting each other. I said, why don't you let them fight? Why are we getting in the middle of it?
What did I do? What did they? I'm like, hey, for bada bing.
I said, let them fight. They're both our enemies. Let them fight. Sir, we want to do it. They go in and they end up fighting both of them. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It's wacky.
Trump said U.S. military
By the way, I'm going to go out on a limb and go, Trump did not actually understand the words that were being said in that gathering. Just to clarify.
plans should not be made public and available to the enemy. U.S. officials met with Taliban.
His thing was, let's leave without telling anybody, which is a little difficult for your allies that you're supposedly listen to me, supposedly going to negotiate a route out of the country, or you're going to start airlifting you don't think they're going to notice certain families disappearing from every apartment block? By the way, one of the things that sticks out about this whole conversation with me that I've heard multiple times, like, oh my God, these are the people that helped us, and we're leaving them behind. Well, no, we're not. We're working on giving the people who were translators or worked directly with coalition forces a way out. They have been doing this for weeks. They're still in the process of doing it. But the folks that were like clinging to the wheels of the airplane when they took off, those aren't translators that were stiffing. Those are all, first of all, they're all men. Secondly, where are the conversations I keep hearing right next to that about how all these people are now worried their neighbors are going to tell the Taliban they helped them? Well, if everybody in Kabul or any of these other cities is on the team, oy.
Taliban representatives last month in the United Arab Emirates in an effort to arrange peace talks between the warring sides. A spokesman for U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan said there is a good chance of ending decades of fighting in Afghanistan this year.
2019 brings a special and unique opportunity in Afghanistan. I think we've all seen the progress of peace talks, and the Afghans and the Taliban have a real serious opportunity ahead of them, an opportunity for peace.
A peace agreement would
Not so much.
effectively end 40 years of warring in Afghanistan. Zlarica Hoke, VOA News, Washington.
Okay, so that's Trump blitzing out about this is the same thing, I think. I'm pretty sure.
And it was supposed to be a very short hit, and a hit on ISIS, but it didn't work out that way. They never left, and they've been there for many, many years. And
wait, is that his explanation for friggin' wait? Huh? Was that his explanation for what happened in... Run that by me again.
Well, we've been in Syria for a long time.
Oh, Syria, okay. Trump doubles down on decision.
And it was supposed to be a very short hit, and a hit.
Okay, so that's the Syrian stuff. That's stuff. But let's see, knowing that Trump just a couple of weeks ago was telling everybody he set up the plan to get out, and there's no way to avoid it. You can't do it. They wanted to stop it. They can't. It's already happening. Let's see here. What Fox has to say.
Have taken control of the Kabul airport following the chaos.
Well, no, they split it with our military. They took the civilian side. We've cordoned off.
That's been unfolding for hours as thousands attempt to flee the Taliban.
President Biden placing the blame on former President Trump, saying, quote, "When I came to office, I inherited a deal cut by my predecessor. I was the fourth president to preside over an American troop presence in Afghanistan. I would not and will not pass this war on to a fifth." But
I know that sounds strange to you, but this guy right here says it was
large scale, has the strongest gun laws in the country. They even say the strongest gun laws in the world. And yet people are being shot by the thousands every year. Worse than Afghanistan. How about that? Worse than Afghanistan, where, by the way, I started the process. All the troops are coming back home. They couldn't stop the process. 21 years is enough, don't we think? 21 years. They couldn't stop the process.
It's 2021. He thinks it's been 2020. Never mind. This is another 1917, 1918 moment for
They
him.
wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process when other things are out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a shame. 21 years by a government that wouldn't last. The only way they last is if we're there. What are we going to say? We'll stay for another 21 years, and we'll stay for another 50. The whole thing is ridiculous. So we're bringing our troops back home from Iraq. We're bringing the troops back home from Afghanistan.
Well, not so much. I mean, the Iraqi troops got a lot of them got sent, like the Syrian troops. They got sent to Saudi Arabia to guard oil wells and refineries. Let's see. By the way, that's precisely what Trump just said. That's what Biden said at the beginning of it. And he's like, I'm not going to pass up on this opportunity. We're done.
isn't it a little too late to be pointing fingers? Joining us now to react.
A little too late to be pointing? It's never too late to be pointing fingers. You mean early?
Fox News contributor Laura Trump. Laura, you know, look.
Oh, it's Laura Trump. Yeah, I'm glad they have experts on.
This has been a completely bipartisan effort that people across, you know, all aisles of the political
Oh, I see a needle being thread.
spectrum wanted the removal of troops from Afghanistan. That is not the argument. What is in question here is how this was done, the execution of a supposed plan that doesn't even seem like there was a plan in place at this point.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It does not seem like there was any plan.
No.
We left the Afghan people high and dry. We left Americans in the region high and dry. People at our embassy had to be airlifted out on a helicopter, a military helicopter, even though Joe Biden not too long ago said we're never going to see that happen. And maybe he forgot, ladies, but last time I checked, as of January 20th of this year, Joe Biden is the president of the United States. And
Well, that's progress. Let's just take a moment to celebrate that. That's she finally came around. She's finally admitting that her father-in-law is not president. That's just nice.
is ultimately the person that has the
Hold on. Does this sound good to you guys? Hold on. No, it doesn't. Why is that? Oh, okay. Hold on. I have to add something to the thing. Add a sound source. It's always fun. Add a source. There we go. Dream mix. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that. Do I? Let's see. I'm fixing something live. Give me 1 second. Dunk. Because this should be in there. Add. It's fixing a hole where the way seeps it and stops my mind from wandering where I will go. All right, I'll fix it later. Never mind. Okay, sorry. Momentary. Back to hi. How are you? Welcome. Hello. How are you? I'm fine. All right.
the ability to make these decisions. So, of course, we don't want to be in endless wars. That is something that my father-in-law, President Trump, always talked about. But you have to strategically do these things, and you don't want to create a vacuum.
Wait, so there wasn't a plan in place already for May 1st that would have worked? Why not? You mean adding 3 months to the May 1st deadline? That's not right.
In a place like Afghanistan, now what has happened, it's not just that the Taliban has taken over a city, they have taken over an entire country. And in the eyes of terrorist organizations around the world, in the eyes of our adversaries around
They can all go to Afghanistan and corral themselves
the
there.
world, like China, Iran, Russia, think about how weak this makes the United States look. There is one thing that these terrorist organizations recognize, and it is strength.
Right. And so, like, you mean like they recognize strength, like the strength of the resolve to get out of Afghanistan, come what may, take the hits as they come and just kind of do it? Or you mean the kind of strength like your father-in-law had, which is just keep punting it? That kind of strength? The strength to not do it when you can.
There's a reason that not once while President Trump was in office
did he actually end the conflict in Afghanistan.
Was there a terrorist attack on American soil? Not.
Yeah. He was president on January 6th. I'm just saying.
Once did we get into any new wars, and there were.
Well, we've been in Syria for a long time, and it was supposed to be a very short hit, and a hit on ISIS, but it didn't work out that way. They never left, and they've been there for many, many years. And we were down to very few soldiers in Syria. We had 50 in the region that you're talking about, 50 soldiers, and they've been already moved out. But we'll see what happens with respect to a lot of different things. It's always a firm decision. Last time I made a firm decision, and I said we'll do it over a period of time. We've been doing this actually over a period of time, over a very long period of time.
Yeah, I made a firm decision to drag this shit out forever.
Military morale was through the roof. It's because Donald Trump exuded strength. They knew that he would fight back if he was pushed. Now Joe Biden is just letting them overrun a country. It is shameful. It's embarrassing.
Letting them overrun a country? Letting them. So we're supposed to stay there until that's no longer a possibility. Okay.
For the United States, Joe Biden owns this just like he owns the...
Yes, he does. I'm fine with him owning it. It's going to be ugly right now because it was always going to be ugly. And that's where we are. That's what it is. And by Thanksgiving, these assholes won't even remember what they were screaming about in August.
Disaster on our southern border, skyrocketing inflation, and COVID going through the roof because of the illegal immigrants he's letting flow.
Oh, is it right? That's the idea that we have Delta variant, which came to the United States from India via the UK because of Guatemalan people seeking asylum.
Over our southern border.
Here is former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on this very subject. Take a listen.
I don't speak gin and cookies, so I might need a translator on this.
It looks like the Biden administration has just failed in its execution of its own plan. It also looks like there's a bit of panic having to reinsert soldiers to get them out. This did not happen on our watch. We reduced our forces significantly. The Taliban didn't advance on capitals all across Afghanistan.
What'd you give them? What'd you give them so they didn't advance? I'm curious. Let's see. Let's get this thing. Let's see. Maybe we'll look up. Let's see. What is it? Trump. That should work. Something like this. What happened on your watch? What was the thing that happened on your watch? Anything? Okay.
Do you think, Laura, and I know former President Trump...
No, she doesn't. I know the answer to that question. She does not think. But please continue.
...wanted troops out of the region, but do you think that this situation proves that the U.S. does need to be a stabilizing force in Afghanistan for...
Oh, boy. Here comes the bear trap.
...for our own personal safety here at home?
Yeah, well, I'm obviously not a Middle Eastern expert, but...
Well, that hasn't stopped you up till now.
I do think that that's been the role of the United States in many places around the world throughout history, to be a stabilizing force. We cannot ever allow terrorist organizations to get a stronghold like they now have over an entire country. So, of course, again, we all want to see our troops out. We never want to see...
we all want to see our troops out, says the woman who didn't serve and has no family members that serve, and whose father-in-law didn't serve. Bone spurs, I think it was.
People in harm's way unnecessarily,
but this is necessary. We need to necessarily put our people in harm's way.
It sure would have been nice not to let them overthrow any of our military bases, take our, all of our military equipment, and
they didn't.
Now overrun an entire country, because you've seen now the terrorist threat.
They took Afghan government gear, and they don't know how to operate it.
To Americans here at home has gone up because of this. So let's see what happens. But I hope
Yeah, let's see what happens. You know what I mean? I'm no Middle Eastern expert, but I don't know.
Biden administration shows at least a little bit of strength here.
Laura, we have about a minute left, but are you surprised we have not heard directly from the president or vice president at this point?
Biden gave a speech today. They were preparing it and actually dealing with the actual governance.
Absolutely. Joe Biden is on vacation at Camp David while the Middle
it looks like a vacation.
East is crumbling, while, all of this is going on. And it's really shocking to see. Where is Joe Biden? Where is Kamala Harris?
Where is he? Where has it been? Where did he go? Where is the leadership?
Harris, when they are needed. Well,
oh, by the way, where is he? Where's the... Hold on. Where? Oh.
What that means.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney there on ABC This Week yesterday, talking a bit about the Trump administration and specifically...
Good afternoon.
Oh, there he is.
I want to speak today to the unfolding situation in Afghanistan, the developments that have taken place in the last week, and the steps we're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. My national security team and I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan.
Doing the work.
And moving quickly to execute the plans we had put in place to respond to every constituency, including the rapid collapse we're seeing now. I'll speak more in a moment about the specific steps we're taking, but I want to remind everyone how we got here and what America's interests are in Afghanistan. We went to Afghanistan almost 20 years ago with clear goals.
I'm sorry, President Biden, but Trump said it was 21 years, and we all live on Trump time right now. So you'll need to adjust your calendar. Also, apparently the clocks were off in the picture you posted earlier where you were talking to people, because they're not off if you factor in where you are, but they were off for people who wanted them to be something they weren't.
Goals. Get those who attacked us on September 11th, 2001, and make sure al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan as a base from which to attack us again. We did that. We severely degraded al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him. That was a decade ago. Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan...
Because there can't be one, because Afghanistan is not a real country. That's my 2 cents.
...remains today what it has always been, preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, The terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took.
By the way, somebody just texted, and I've seen a bunch of this, like, military-industrial complex stuff, all that. I don't know the point when we're getting out of someplace. The goal of the military-industrial complex, in theory, would be for us to stay forever and expand our locations and places, set up more bases so that they could sell more shit to populate those bases as far as gear and whatnot. This would, in theory, be an affront to said military-industrial complex, just for the record.
Took office.
It's why we went in. Why we went in was because there were terrorist camps in Afghanistan, and the Bush administration had a list of countries they wanted to go after because of control of Mideast oil. The military-industrial complex is an ancillary aspect of this particular fight. It's much more, the military-industrial complex is much more involved in things like the Cold War, which feeds it. But there you go.
U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only a cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some 300,000 strong, incredibly well equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries.
And by the way, on the down low, we will be drone striking and strafe bombing storages of those things, whether it shows up on our news or not. Just letting you know.
Provided for the maintenance of their Air Force. Something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force.
They don't have any pilots either. That's why they dance around the helicopters they found and like, how the fuck do we get this thing off the ground?
We provided close air support. We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide them was the will to fight for that future. There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers. But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years, or 20 more years of U.S. military boots on the ground would have made any difference. And here's what I believe to my core. It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. The political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down. They would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them.
By the way, the description of the reality over there that parallels what Biden is saying and what Trump said in his assessment, because that's exactly what the generals were telling him too, and what time on the ground and experience will tell you if you look to that place. That the difference is not the reality on the ground or the ability to describe that reality clearly. It's what you do with that information. Trump punted it into his second term and gave himself wiggle room in case he just decided to blow it off. Biden added 3 months to start the process, to start getting the civs out, the people who helped us, and then went through with it, even though it sucks. That's the difference. Two people see exactly the same circumstance. One of them acts on that circumstance and solves it. The other one blows it off or makes it someone else's problem.
And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the United States to continue to funnel billions of dollars in resources and attention into stabilizing Afghanistan indefinitely. When I hosted President Ghani and Chairman Abdullah at the White House in June, and again when I spoke by phone to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations. We talked about how Afghanistan should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so the government could function for the Afghan people. We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They fail to do any of that. I also urged them to engage in diplomacy, to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted the Afghan forces
who fled the country yesterday
would fight. But obviously he was wrong. So I'm left again to ask of those who argue that we should stay, how many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war when Afghan troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery?
Thanks,
I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to ignore. I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people, for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people. We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear.
Now, can somebody tell me why we're not invading countries that Boko Haram is in? Just straight up invading them? I mean, we have anti-terrorism forces, and we work with our NATO allies and the UN, and we go after them where it matters. And there was a whole big hashtag, bring back our girls, that went around. But nobody was calling for us to invade the Congo or set up shop there forever to stabilize that government and drive them out. Are those girls worth less? Or is that how you deal with that problem when it's not your country?
Human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military...
Which, who has no natural resources? Afghanistan has rare earth minerals and, to some degree, I guess, oil. And obviously, poppies are a big, underlying element of the economy in the world. Especially, and not surprisingly, China and Russia.
Deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Now, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan, and to evacuate our Afghan allies and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats.
Think about that for a second. The United States of America is running air traffic control for the country of Afghanistan currently. That's not just planes taking off and leaving from Afghanistan. That's planes flying over Afghanistan.
Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure of civilian personnel, the civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan. Operation Allies Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy. U.S. non-governmental agencies or U.S. non-governmental organizations and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk, and U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghan civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave earlier, still hopeful for their country. And part of it because the Afghan government and its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence.
That was the thing I was talking about on Stuttering John's show about a bunch of people saying we should have negotiated a corridor for everybody to exit. Well, when? A week ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, they didn't own the country. This all happened in 9 days. And if you went to them and said, look, give us a corridor to get out, that's signaling to the Taliban you fully expect them to take over the whole country, giving them complete confidence and gutting what would have been the morale of the Afghan soldiers if there is any to lose. So nobody starts jumping off the Titanic until you've actually hit the iceberg.
American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies as safely as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission, we will conclude our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires. What's happening now could just...
By the way, it's not just the graveyard of empires. Like, again, I hear this mysticism talked about, this kind of mythical talk about Afghanistan being this, like, valiant, unfightable land. The reality is anybody who fights for it loses because they don't actually care enough. There's better resources to be had elsewhere. And after a while, everybody gives up and goes, what the fuck are we doing here? Including the Romans, the Russians, everybody. And the Russians, they got their ass kicked because we were giving the weapons to the Yusufzad and the Mujahideen.
This has easily happened 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. You have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan has taken many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face. But I do not regret my decision to end America's war fighting in Afghanistan.
Oh, somebody in the chat said the Mongolian Khans couldn't hold it. The Mongolian Khans didn't want it. That's the thing. Why would you waste resources fighting for an arable land that has limited use and there's much better stuff to fight for and take? And by the way, the Khans eventually lost everything. So that was just part of it. One of the reasons why they lost everything was because they started doing adventurism into deserts.
Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan
Madeline
was
Kahn, that's what I was
not.
talking about.
And I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest. It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end.
T.W. Wheeler says rare earth minerals won't be needed soon anyways. Excellent point, and also probably part of the reason why we can afford to get out. That's a whole other conversation, but an astute view. Because once we move past lithium-ion batteries, which is probably 2 years away, nobody's going to want to hear from this shit anymore.
While it's been hard and messy, and yes, far from perfect, I've honored that commitment.
Which is, by the way, the title of my autobiography. Hard and messy and far from perfect. The Hal Sparks story.
More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago. Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a fifth one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people, the right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation, and it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
I also got to say that just kind of like, I'm saying this and I'm not taking questions because there's no debate here. This is, you'll get the details, but life is happening. It's just like, goodbye. And again, I noticed some chit chat in the while we were running that in the chat room about that we have a couple of trolls in here. I want to thank the trolls for showing up. Without you, the show wouldn't spread. It would just be us, our little family here watching regularly and kind of in our little. We don't want to be in a bubble. We don't live that way over here. We like complexity, so we like having our the show shared across the interwebs. So. So thank you, trolls, because we're here because we want to be, and you'll never get your time back ever. And also you help us with the algorithm. So there you go. But let's see what, that was the statement by the president, the real one, the actual one. And let's see where he went, this is just going to suck, and we're going to get it, we're getting out, that's it. There's no good time to do it. There wouldn't be a good time 5 years ago, not 15 years from now. So I'm just doing it. Committed to doing it. We're following through. Done, done, done. The kind of leadership that people, on the right pretend to want. And then when they get it, they're like, what about the what? So let's hear what Laura has to say or finish her remarks.
This is sort of akin to what happened during the campaign, right? The media allowed Joe Biden to hide out in his basement for most of a campaign. Now they are allowing.
Oh, right. This is the whole, where is he still? She's still on that, I'll tell you where he was, Laura, in case you want to know. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing now, but he was meeting with his national security team, making decisions, looking at the details on the ground as they unfold, and preparing a speech to give to the nation about the process, wherein he did not go back on his decision. That's where he was, in case you were wondering.
allowing him, I guess, to hide out at Camp David alongside his vice president, Kamala Harris. The American people need to hear from our leaders.
Well, they did, yeah.
That they have this situation under control, that
Well, they do.
more Americans are not going to be put in harm's way, and that, gosh, there's a plan moving forward here. So I sure hope that they get in front of this. I think it's a little bit too late at this point, but rather shocking to not have heard from our president and vice president at this point.
All right, Laura Trump, thank you so much for speaking out this morning. We appreciate it very much.
That's an excellent point Leslie brings up. Biden did not get COVID. He has not had COVID. Trump did. But that whole hiding in the basement thing, which was what the rest of us were fucking doing, trying not to get COVID and give it to our loved ones, because we know that while we may have been safe from it, and there's no guarantee you would be, but this belief that if you don't have comorbidities and you're pretty healthy, that you could ride it out, the fact that you could carry it to people who aren't, loved ones and strangers alike, like an asshole, is one of the reasons a lot of us stayed home and participated in the lockdown, wore masks, while we still, I mean, we rolled straight into our mask game. Instead of like, oh shit, what are we gonna do? Like, fuck, find a cool mask and get about living. Holy shit, these guys are, and an array, a bevy of Fox folks over. Now, Ben Shapiro has a take on this as well. Shapiro reacts to Biden's Afghanistan troop withdrawal. I'm sure it will be clear, well-defined, coherent, and sound like someone sucked a helium balloon.
The North Vietnamese army. It is not at all comparable.
It is extremely comparable. It turns out that when the United States ends a war, our opponents don't. We'll be back in there in 6 months. In fact,
we're not.
As it turns out, we might be back in there inside of 6 hours. After 20 long years in Afghanistan, the United States is pulling out. We're not pulling out for a good reason.
What? We're not pulling out for a good reason, which is that we negotiated to leave and it's been 20 years.
It'd be one thing if there was some actual strategy attached to this.
Yeah, there is a strategy. The strategy is we're leaving. You can come with us if you want to. We've been talking about this for years. This time we mean it.
Or if the United States were actually achieving some sort of sensible goal.
Yes, we do have a sensible goal. Not being in Afghanistan.
The United States, however, is not doing any of that.
No.
The United States is withdrawing from Afghanistan at a time when this is no longer among America's endless wars. In order for a war to be considered endless, you actually have to be in a state of continual warfare. The United States currently has, or did have until Joe Biden announced to withdraw, 3,500 troops in Afghanistan.
25, but yeah, numbers.
The last combat casualties in the United States from American soldiers in Afghanistan was on February 8th, 2020. It is currently August 2021.
Yeah, why aren't we staying there? I mean, run that by me again, kiddo.
And was on February 8th, 2020.
February 8th, 2020.
States from American soldiers in Afghanistan was on February 8th, 2020.
Which was, if you don't have a calendar, 4,000 years ago.
United States from American soldiers in Afghanistan was on February 8th, 2020.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? A couple dead soldiers a year. Come on.
It is currently August 2021. That is not an active combat zone. You're more likely to be killed as a cop in Chicago than you are to be killed as a combat soldier in Afghanistan if you're...
Yeah, but if you're a cop in Chicago, you're fighting crime in Chicago. That's in our country. That's part of our stuff. We're not... But please, tell me why we need to stay.
American right now. Okay, but Joe Biden decided he wanted a win. And because he wanted a win, and I don't even know what he thought the win was going to be, we were going to...
Well, the win would be to end a 20-year war.
Pull out precipitously from Afghanistan. Now, I understand the argument that we were never going to achieve our goal in Afghanistan if our goal was defined as nation building. This was never...
but since we're never going to achieve that goal, why not stay?
Never going to be a thriving democracy. It is literally the most tribal place on earth. There's no history of democracy or liberality or human rights. Those things just were not there until the United States got there. And so the idea that we were going to graft Western institutions onto very inhospitable soil, that always seemed like a bit of a pipe dream. But there is still a rather large-scale American interest in Afghanistan. If
You mean lithium and poppies?
you recall why we first went there, we didn't
Al-Qaeda?
go there to build democracy in Afghanistan.
Right.
We went there in order to deny Al-Qaeda a staging base. And because we had not done that in the 1990s, Al-Qaeda used Taliban-occupied Afghanistan as a staging base for 9/11. And having 3,500 troops taking control of the Kandahar Air Force Base, for example, and ensuring that the United States had the ability to send out drone strikes,
We do have the ability to send out drone strikes. We just don't do it from inside the country.
the ability to
We would do it from boats. We don't need to.
work with the Afghan military to stage attacks on terror bases, the ability to train the Afghan military.
Well, in theory, all the intel we were giving them was getting to the Taliban.
And provide them backup and weaponry if they were going to take on potential threats to the United States. That was always the primary goal. Again, the goal was never primarily to turn Afghanistan into a democracy. The problem is over time, because politicians have a very difficult time just expressing what America's interest is in terms of foreign policy.
And our interest is trying to turn that country into a country.
American politicians tend to speak in high-flown, beautiful terms about the rise of democracy.
And you just talk in a high-pitched voice.
And the rise of human rights and all the rest of this. But if you make that your primary driver, then you do become the world's policeman. And people start to miss why we went into Afghanistan in the first place, which is that Al-Qaeda killed 3,000 Americans on 9/11. And we said to the Taliban, turn over Osama bin Laden, and they refused to do so. And so we deposed the dictators there.
And he was in Pakistan.
The Taliban. We replaced them with the Northern Alliance. There was a sort of proto-democracy happening there.
Proto-democracy. That's a lovely way of putting it.
In other words, we let our failure with the secondary goal of establishing a thriving democracy in Afghanistan overtake our primary goal, which is to continue to provide a base of operations against terrorists in Afghanistan.
Yeah, but we don't need a physical base in Afghanistan to do that. Seriously. We can do airstrikes, drone strikes. We can Moab the shit out of people and never go anywhere near their country.
And so now we are withdrawing for no discernible purpose at all. And the immediate effect of this, as it was always destined to be, is that the Taliban are rushing right back in and taking over. According to the Associated Press today, the Taliban captured two major Afghan cities, the country's second and third largest after Kabul, and a strategic provincial capital on Thursday, further squeezing the embattled government just weeks before the end of the American military mission in Afghanistan. Remember, Joe Biden, for some odd reason, decided that he wanted to withdraw all American troops by September 11th, which
it gave us an extra 30 days past the May 1st date. It was an arbitrary date, but it's a good one, considering that was the launch, that was the reason.
I don't even understand the symbolism there.
You don't?
What in the hell is the symbolism there?
What could be the symbolism of getting out before we officially hit 21 years on 9/11?
The symbolism of, here's the group of people who harbored the people who committed 9/11. We're going to pull out on the 20th anniversary of that date and hand the place back to those people. How is that even a symbolic win?
Well, it wasn't the Taliban, it was Al-Qaeda, and they don't exist there in the same way. And also, if the Taliban runs the country as it stands, we don't really have a worry about counterterrorism strikes inside that country, the way we would have to kind of negotiate with the current Afghan government. If that happened in the southern region, with the Taliban running it, we would just go, fuck you, we see them.
Like, who is the constituency for this? It's
America.
Always been a promise that politicians have made, right? Obama made
Yes, I'm playing this on 78 speed. This is the nice thing about Ben Shapiro is that he saves us time because it's a good freeze frame as they go.
Promised he was going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Then he increased troops because it turns out being the president comes with seeing the intel reports. And then Donald Trump said he was going to pull out of Afghanistan. And then necessity meant that we had to keep troops in Afghanistan.
Is that what it was? Necessity.
And then Joe Biden, because he's a dullard, decided we're just going to go ahead with this. And it doesn't matter what comes next.
No, it does. It does. And what isn't going to come next is more dead soldiers in Afghanistan for years to come.
Which is completely short-sighted. And I don't even see the political calculus here. Because the American...
Well, that's because you're dumb. I mean, let me be abundantly clear. Ben Shapiro knows what he's saying right now is bullshit. He's not incapable of logical thought or reason. He's just an asshole. And so he's pretending he can't see the political calculus on this. And he would support the political calculus if it was one of his dudes in charge. I think all of us, I think Democrats would have had a moment of, uh-oh, now I've got to agree with Trump if he'd have gotten everybody out and done basically the same thing. We probably would have been clamoring about a plan as well, but the reality would have been the same.
People don't tend to care about foreign policy until the heads start coming off.
What?
Let's hear. Because the American people don't tend to care about foreign policy until the heads start coming off.
Oh, we don't. I didn't realize none of us gave a shit for the last 20 fucking years. What? This has been Trump ran on getting out. Obama ran on getting out and shutting down Gitmo. Like all these things. By the way, Biden's going to shut down Gitmo too. Just prep yourself for that one. By the end of the year, would be my guess when they start talking about it. But how in the fuck we don't care until the heads start coming off? The American people, literally, that was Chris Matthews supported Trump's talk about Afghanistan and Iraq because we were going to get the fuck out. Jesus.
Right, that's the point where we care about foreign policy.
No. We care about foreign policy because we can see that it's leading to more heads coming off.
So America doesn't care about what's going on in Syria, but if the media start blanketing the TV with James Foley being beheaded in Syria, suddenly the American people are deeply concerned about...
Well, awareness will certainly bring stuff to the forefront.
What's happening in Syria. 500,000 civilians can die in Syria, and we won't give a damn.
No, it's not that we don't give a damn, but we have no control over it. It's not our country.
But the minute that an American gets beheaded, suddenly we want our troops on the ground doing something about it.
Yeah, it's an American. Yeah. It's amazing how most countries don't get involved in the affairs of other countries unless those countries kill people from their country. It's a uniquely American thing.
And if there is tape that comes out of the Yazidis being attacked by ISIS, then all of a sudden we say, why can't we do something about that?
Right. Because there are enough crises in the world at any given time for us to, spin our fucking heads around about that when a new one shows up, we're like, oh my God, that's terrible. Because it is. That doesn't mean that the solution is always for us to be there. That doesn't mean that the solution is going to be troops. It might be aid. It might be dealing with the refugees on the border of those countries as they try to escape, like the Yazidis.
See, America is good-hearted, but only in short spurts.
Yeah. I mean, we're only... And by the way, Ben, I would avoid saying phrases like short spurts. No, America is good-hearted for the long haul. And one of the things that's been breaking our fucking hearts is being in Afghanistan for 2 goddamn decades. We didn't all decide that Afghanistan was a problem because they started showing video of it. What the fuck are you talking about? The only reason this asshole is even talking about Afghanistan right now is because Biden's pulling people out and there's video coming in. This is why he's reacting.
So I don't
understand
what Biden even thinks he is doing here.
I do. So does everyone else. The world is not dictated. Reality is not constructed on shit Ben Shapiro doesn't understand.
Because you know what the next footage is going to be, and it's going to be of Taliban fighters beheading people. We'll be back in there in 6 months. In fact, as it turns out, we might be back in there inside of 6 hours.
You already said that part.
The United States is going to have to put thousands of troops on the ground to evacuate the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, but that was already the plan. They knew that. They have 6,000 troops. That's what they're going to do.
In Kabul. According to the Associated Press, the seizure of Kandahar and Herat marks the biggest prizes yet for the Taliban, who have taken 12 of Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals.
Provincial capitals. 34 provinces in Afghanistan. 34. Country has 38 million people in it. 34 provinces. China, wait, hold on. I want to make sure the number is right. Let's see. Yeah. China has 22. China has 22 provinces. And 5 major areas where they're all, that some of the provinces are folded into, regional governors and 22. Fucking Afghanistan has how many? What was that again? You jackass.
Herat marks the biggest prizes yet for the Taliban. According to the Associated Press, the seizure of Kandahar and Herat marks the biggest prizes yet for the Taliban, who have taken 12 of Afghanistan.
By the way, that base color for you is all wrong. There's too many greens in it. I know you think it evens your skin tone out, but it doesn't. It makes you the same color as the lamp. I'm not kidding. There's nothing wrong with wearing makeup on camera. I have zero problem with that, male or female. This is not about that. It's about you're always on. You should know your colors by now. You should know your skin tone by now. And you should have contingencies for when you get paler because you haven't been in the sun, and warmer colors for when you have. All right. Son of a bitch.
Stands at 34 provincial capitals as part of
34 provincial capitals. China has 22. 38 million people. Tell me again how this isn't a tribal, it's Max Factor Greece. Tell me how this isn't just tribal factions warring with each other.
A week-long blitz. The capture of the city of Ghazni, meanwhile, cuts off a crucial highway linking the Afghan capital, Kabul, with the country's southern provinces, all part of an insurgent push some 20 years after.
Yeah. No one from Kabul is going, quick, go south. It'll be safer there. Of course they claimed that area. The fuck are you talking about? That's like saying the Confederacy claimed Chicago and they've cut off the one road that would take you straight to Mississippi. The fuck are you talking about? Tell me about if they stop you from swimming across Lake Michigan.
U.S. and NATO troops invaded and ousted the Taliban government.
Yes, Ben is just under 20 years younger than me. 25, he's 16 years younger than me, something like that.
While Kabul itself isn't under direct threat yet, the losses and the battles elsewhere further tighten the grip of a resurgent Taliban who are estimated to now hold over 2/3 of the country and continue to press their offensive. With security rapidly deteriorating, the United States plans to send in 3,000 troops to help evacuate some personnel from the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. So just to get this straight, we are withdrawing 3,500 troops so that we can send back in 3,000 troops to evacuate the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, they're supporting those groups and then everybody's leaving. Yeah, for the safety of everybody involved. We have embassy people there. We're not going to leave the embassy there. We burned all our shit, smashed all our computers. We're fucking off. There's no government to actually have an ambassador in contact with. So, is that... No?
In Kabul. And then, when the videos hit the TV of all the women being lined up and shot by the Taliban, which is undoubtedly the next thing that is going to hit your TV, then presumably we'll be sending in another 3,000 troops.
Oh, will we? Or will the entire world and the UN meet about this, and then there'll be a gathering of multiple nations, and it won't be just us holding our dick in the sand?
Again. This is just a replay of Barack Obama's decision that we were going to pull all troops out of Iraq, and then ISIS took over, and voila, we were back in Iraq. It turns out that when the United States ends a war, our opponents don't.
Oh, okay, this is the clip he put on the top of the thing.
That is not how wars typically end.
Yeah. Yeah, if we leave, they'll just be left there to punch themselves in the face. If we're not there, who are they going to shoot?
If you declare that you have lost, your opponent simply fills the vacuum.
I don't know that we, quote unquote, declared that we have lost.
According to the Associated Press, thousands of Afghans...
By the way, according to Ben Shapiro, the Associated Press is part of the fake news, and it's got a liberal slant, and it's bullshit until he needs real news, and then that's what he has to read.
...have fled their homes amid fears the Taliban will again impose a brutal repressive government, all but eliminating women's rights and conducting public amputations, stonings, and executions.
Amputations?
Peace talks...
I guess it's hands for stealing. That's the...
...in Qatar remain stalled, though diplomats met throughout the day.
Sorry? What was that again?
Stonings and executions. Peace talks in Qatar remain stalled, though diplomats met throughout the day.
Okay. So there's other stuff going on. All right.
The latest U.S. military intelligence.
Yeah, it's just live. It's a live dinner theater versions of Saw. It's big in Taliban dinner theaters.
Assessment suggests Kabul could come under insurgent pressure within 30 days, and that if current trends hold, the Taliban could gain full control of the country within a few months. The Afghan government may eventually be forced to pull back to defend the capital and just a few other cities in the coming days if the Taliban keep up their momentum. The onslaught represents a stunning collapse of Afghan forces and news questions about where the over $830 billion spent by the U.S. Defense Department on fighting, training those troops, and reconstruction efforts went.
Right, but here's Ben wanting you to spend more. That's right. Maybe it's just, you know what it was? It's not a waste of $850 billion. We just need to spend another $212 billion. How about that? Another.
Especially as Taliban fighters ride on American-made Humvees and pickup trucks with the M16s.
Pickup trucks? Yeah, I'm not, all right. I'm not going to worry about them getting a hold of pickup trucks.
Slung over their shoulders.
He has a strange cadence because he takes a lot of like Ritalin-style nootropics. I'm going to guess Adderall and the like. That's the speech cadence I'm used to hearing from people who jam that shit.
Just delightful, delightful stuff. Afghan lawmaker Samin Barkhazai announced...
Everybody has to keep from choking right after they say that.
The city's fall, saying some officials there had escaped. Witnesses described seeing Taliban fighters once detained at Herat's prison, now moving freely on the streets. In Kandahar, the Taliban seized the governor's office and other buildings.
I take Adderall, he's terrifying me. Yeah, but you take it under a doctor's prescription like you're supposed to. Yes, Adderall is a nootropic. All brain-augmenting chemicals are technically nootropics. I don't recommend them. You know, be careful. But that's why those folks use it.
Witnesses said the governor...
Ritalin and Adderall and that kind of stuff. So anything that hyper-focuses you.
Other officials fled the onslaught, catching a flight to Kabul. They declined to be named publicly because the defeat has yet to be acknowledged by the government. The Taliban then opened up...
Yeah, why won't they admit defeat before they've been defeated?
All the prisons and let out all of the Taliban fighters who were there. Ghazni Provincial Council member Aminullah Kamrani alleged the provincial governor and police chief made a deal with the Taliban to flee after surrendering. Taliban video and photos purported to show the governor's convoy freely passing by insurgents as part of the deal. The Afghan Interior Ministry spokesperson, Mirwais Stanikzai,
but we should stay there,
later said the governor and his deputies had been arrested over that alleged deal. The officials could not be immediately reached for comment.
Yeah, they left.
So this is a full-scale disaster area.
Yeah, but we should stay.
The U.S. Air Force B-52 bombers, F-15 fighter jets, drones, and other aircrafts were involved in fighting across the country. So for all the...
Yeah, like I said, we're strafe bombing and blowing up our shit. The stuff that's still there, the facilities that are still there, anybody that the Afghan forces stopped using because we gave them bases and we built some shit and we gave them gear, we're blowing that shit up right now on our way out of town. Just, I mean, I don't know why this is fucking surprising to anyone. Of course that's what you would do.
We talk about how we weren't involved in the fighting anymore. It turns out that we are involved in the fighting. We're just now losing.
No, we're not. We're bombing our shit as we leave. So they can't use that stuff against other people or against Pakistanis or Iranians who are sheltering the women who have run across the border.
So well done, everybody. Also, NBC News is acknowledging that Al-Qaeda is rushing back in. Who could have predicted this except for every single sentient human being?
A little lady. Oh, look who knows so much. But he's only mostly dead. Yeah, they can rush back into the desert and we can strafe bomb them too, because that's what's going to happen. Like, that. What do you think Biden was talking about with the whole counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency? We're not going to be on the ground. We don't need to be there to do that stuff. To handle, like, I mean, am I the only person who watched Patriot games? For fuck's sake.
Of which Joe Biden doesn't belong in that cadre. He is not a sentient human being any longer. He is a houseplant. But
I don't understand things that are obvious to everyone else around me, but he's the one with cognitive disorders.
Reality remains reality.
Thanks. Sharp as a tack.
According to NBC News, with the Taliban steamrolling across Afghanistan, U.S. defense officials are concerned a Taliban takeover of the country will allow al-Qaeda to rebuild and consolidate, creating security concerns well outside Afghan borders.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile concern. That's why we'll do drone strikes or why we'll have aerial hits on them. And that kind of stuff. And if the Taliban's helping them, they'll get blown up next to them. We still don't need to be in Kabul. We still don't need to pretend we're going to have an embassy. We're not going to be negotiating with the fucking Taliban. It's a tribal civil war. It's going to look like shit for a long time.
Orders.
By the way, do you think that Ben Shapiro would like us to be in the Congo, or like us to be in Chad or any of the other African countries where there's constant civil wars? Huh? If so, why?
Nearly 20 years after it planned the September 11th attacks from Afghanistan, al-Qaeda has a diminished presence in the country. Senior officials say it's only 200 or 300 members. Or as Barack Obama might say, it's the JV squad.
Right.
Until it's not the JV squad anymore.
Well, yes. One would figure we would actually have to use the intelligence community, our Defense Department forces, our relationship with the UN and Interpol, and go back to what John Kerry was saying, which is this is a law enforcement issue, not a war on terror.
One of the officials said they're not really very large, or what we would consider a capable contingent, but the security vacuum left by the withdrawal of U.S. military forces could create an opening for al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups to reorganize, the officials say.
That's true. An asteroid could also hit the polar ice caps, and all the Dean Devlin movies could come true.
If the Taliban take over the government, intelligence about al-Qaeda is likely to become even scarcer. And while the U.S. will still maintain authority to strike al-Qaeda targets in Afghanistan, there's no U.S. presence on the ground, no Air Force base, which means we have to use neighboring countries to base our Air Force if we decide that we want to launch some strikes.
Right. So it'll take an extra half an hour. Is that a real problem, that we'll be in neighboring countries that we have treaties with where our personnel are safe? What the fuck is that? What is this argument? Honest to God, what is this argument? Why is he arguing that we need to have a base in Afghanistan? What kind of, Project for a New American Century bullshit is this?
According to Marine General Frank McKenzie, he said, what we're here to do is prevent al-Qaeda and ISIS from being able to reconstitute in the ungoverned spaces, generally of eastern Afghanistan, and be able to plot attacks against our home.
By the way, don't forget to like and subscribe, give a thumbs up, all that kind of stuff that I'm supposed to say when I'm doing a stream, and I always forget to say. And also, thank you for the super chats, you guys, and thank you for the bits on Twitch. If you're over there, twitch.tv/HalSparks, you can sign up using Amazon Prime. Doesn't cost you a dime.
This
is what I have to do to not sell pillows.
Threat is still here today. He says if the pressure comes off, I believe they're going to regenerate. I think it's only a matter of time before we see them.
Yeah, I know. I thought at the end of Terminator 2 that the T-1000 was destroyed when the tanker truck, when full of liquid nitrogen blew up, but I was wrong.
Assert themselves and begin to plan attacks against our homeland. And of course, that would be the predictable result. Remember, September 11th was the outgrowth of the United States' unwillingness to take on al-Qaeda after the USS Cole bombing, after the bombings of the American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. You remember that Osama bin Laden...
He almost said Barack Obama.
And specifically said that the United States was a paper tiger.
Yeah, paper tiger. It's a paper receipt. Would you like it, or should I just email you the receipt?
And so the idea was that he had hit us over...
By the way, paper target is terrible. They don't have any fresh fruit. And every time I go to the store and it's windy outside, it's gone.
And over again, we hadn't done anything, so obviously we wouldn't do anything if he hit our towers, and if he hit the Pentagon.
Obviously.
And then we kind of shocked...
Which no one ever thought ever.
Shocked him because we actually did quite a lot, but it's...
Yeah, that's it. If we had gone after Al-Qaeda for what they did at the USS Cole more, according to Ben Shapiro, then they wouldn't have done 9/11. Huh?
It turns out that when you surrender territory to some of the worst people on earth, they don't take that as you just want peace. They take that as you are weak and you are foolish, and then they come after you.
Okay, yeah. Excellent reason why we should punish everybody who was present on January 6th. Just gonna put a little pin in that.
There's this sort of wishful thinking that goes into so much of our foreign policy these days, that if we just do the things that we want to do, everybody else will just fall into line. That is crazy.
Yeah, it would be crazy if anybody actually thought like that.
By the way,
and by the way, this is the asshole arguing for us to just do what we want to do and everybody will fall in line.
chances right now that the United States Embassy ends up falling to the Taliban, really, really high. Maybe we avoid the sort of insane imagery of the fall of Saigon, where people are attempting to climb onto helicopters, but that will only be because we station 3,000 Marines outside the U.S. Embassy while we evacuate the place, and then we leave an empty building for the Taliban to dance inside of.
Yeah, and nothing's worse than dancing in an empty building.
Joe Biden.
How can you imagine them dancing in our empty building? That sounds like a euphemism.
Says you won't see us helicoptering people off roofs. Well, I have a feeling that we're going to see something very similar.
Do you see any parallels between this withdrawal and what happened in Vietnam with some people feeling...
None whatsoever. Zero. What you had entire brigades breaking through the gates of our embassy. 6, if I'm not mistaken. The Taliban is not the North Vietnamese army. They're not remotely comparable in terms of capability. There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of a embassy of the United States.
Yeah, and we're not.
From Afghanistan. It is not at all comparable.
It is extremely comparable. What do you mean they don't have the same capabilities? You mean the capabilities that Ho Chi Minh's army had when they invaded South Vietnam and then took the capital?
Yes, they do not have that same capability.
You mean exactly?
They are not even these. Each one of these assholes doesn't have a radio.
Exactly the same thing that the Taliban are doing exactly right now.
Except they're not.
What sense is this any different?
I would say that the North Vietnamese army has a political motive, not a psychosexual one. That the country that we waited till the last second and we let it drag out forever, and we decided not to take the chance to leave earlier like we would be doing now. Like this, the Afghanistan exit would look a lot more like Saigon if we did it a year from now and continue to say, any day now, we're going to leave any day now, we're going to leave any day now, we're going to leave any day now.
Like, really, is there any difference at all? It's exactly...
Yes. Communism and the push from the North Vietnamese with Chinese backing versus the Taliban, which is multiple tribes loosely stitched together who are basically looking to set up rape camps.
Exactly the same thing. We were achieving many of our objectives in Afghanistan, mainly the objective to maintain a base of operations.
That was not our objective. Maintaining a base of operations was never an objective. It was not.
With which to fight terrorism, just as we had achieved many of our objectives in South Vietnam. And then political actors decided that surrender was preferable to any form of success, and so they just pulled out precipitously while proclaiming victory. It's insane. I hope
that
you enjoyed that clip.
I didn't. I was miserable through most of it. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for asking. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was poorly thought out. I thought you used a lot of doublespeak. I think you overlapped your own reasoning a couple of times, and you never made clear what you would have done, which is part of the argument here. I've already stated unequivocally and clearly that my response would have been very similar to what Biden's doing, and that's why I'm relieved by what he's doing, while I can still look at the humanitarian crisis that exists there and look for other solutions rather than bullets and bayonets to that crisis. And so, yeah, that's it. And also, good luck with puberty. I hear it hurts when it happens late.
From the Ben Shapiro Show.
Okay, now, let's see. Yeah, we're good. This is probably the ugliest picture I've ever had to show you on my show. I mean, there's a lot of competition, but this is pretty awful. And this is Life, Liberty, and Levin. And this is Biden operating the most diabolical presidency probably since slavery. And I have to say, the phrase probably since slavery is one of the biggest linguistic dick moves I've seen in a very long time. And the fact that we're looking at these two guys try to out-forehead each other is kind of amazing. And I'm holding back so many jokes right now. But I want to hear this. So the most diabolical presidency, probably since slavery. What does that mean? Who was the diabolical president before Lincoln that he's talking about. Since slavery. Since slavery. What the fuck? Okay, I need to hear what this is nonsense about. We might not stay for all of it because I don't give a fuck.
It's an amazing thing.
Yes, it is. It's amazing to look at your head and go, you know what? It's a shame. Somewhere there's an ostrich looking to hatch something and they've got nowhere to sit.
To see how little concern there is among Republicans on Capitol Hill on the Senate side. Of course, we have a corrupt media. Thinks this is all swell. It's just shocking to me how little discussion there is about this right now.
And what is that?
Because they put these things in these massive bills, they pretend that they're budget bills, and they're going to have an enormous effect on the American people. I just want the American people to understand everything I've written in American Marxism is in this bill.
Oh, well, then I don't have to... the bill's available for free, so I don't have to buy your fucking book then. That's good news. Thanks. Thanks, Mark Levin. Is it a footnote, and then you can kind of click on a hyperlink, and it goes right to Scribed, or... How do I get access to your entire book in the infrastructure bill, which is, I assume, yes, this is 2 out of your 5 eggs for the month. If you're seeing this right now, you only have 3 eggs left. Please use them sparingly.
Whether it is no sovereignty, and remember what Gallup said. Gallup said 42 million people south of the border, and that's just south of the border. Forget about the rest of the world. Said
I will. I forget about them. What is there a rest of the world?
If they could, they'd come to the United States.
Well, it's a great place. Obviously, you know, Biden's destroying it, and it's a hell on earth. But they still want to come there, you know, because the beaches are lovely.
What Biden is saying is come to the United States.
Except he isn't.
The Democrats are saying is come to the United States.
Except they aren't.
But all the rest of it, this massive degrowth movement that they dress up as climate change and a Green New Deal.
Degrowth. It's an interesting economic term. Some of you may not be familiar with, you know, if you don't do the echo like me and Mark Levin, you know, if you don't know the economic superstructures of things with molecular structure, probably were born in a barn.
The economics of that, how that's going to impoverish so many Americans, and the war on success.
The war on success. Well, hopefully, Mark, the war on success plays out just like the war on drugs and the war on poverty. We've seen a drastic rise in both. Since we declared war on drugs, drugs are more available, cheaper, and more dangerous. So if there's a war on success, holy shit, it's like there's going to be a Shark Tank on every corner.
The destruction of the voting system.
The destruction of the voting system, meaning black people will be allowed to vote.
To make it so only one party can ever win.
So you just think blacks and Hispanics aren't going to vote for Republicans ever? They're not going to, no?
Blowing out the Republican state legislatures so they have no say, on and on.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're blowing out the state Republican legislatures so they have no say. Well, not about other fucking states that they don't live in, but states' rights.
Stephen Miller, you study history. This is...
Wait a minute. Stephen Miller? This guy doesn't look like a Stephen to me. He looks like a Nosferatu or a Yuri, probably something like that. I'm here to test out certain things, certain chemicals that will make you tell truth.
Probably the most diabolical...
Seriously, he looks like somebody who walks into a room with a doctor's bag in a spy movie. Pulls out it. I hope you have a strong threshold for pain, Mr. Bond.
Presidency and diabolical Democrat Party, probably since slavery, don't you think?
Yeah, it's ever since.
Joe Biden is the vehicle, the vessel that American Marxists have been waiting for their entire lives to advance their radical program.
Oh, I see. So that whole backing Sanders and Warren thing was just a trick. It was just a, hey, look over here. I really like Bernie Sanders and all of his things. But in reality, I'm going to get the centrist guy to do all my bidding.
And what they are doing is they're putting it all into one bill. Everything you just listed off, from the equity agenda to the destruction of voting rights to the climate agenda.
I guess we're talking about the 3.5 trillion bill.
Of course, the open borders agenda. And
yes, the open borders agenda, which doesn't exist. But
they reason that if we did,
he does look more like a Rasputin than a Stephen. Yeah,
this in 5 or 6 bills, we would get.
He looks like the most corporate riffraff in the most boring version of Rocky Horror you've ever seen.
Crushed by the sheer weight of the exercise. But they think if we do it all at once in one giant bill, maybe we can get away with it. Well, ultimately, it's up to all of us. It's up to everyone watching this program.
And
it's up to all the American people to say to their senators.
Who, it's going to pass with reconciliation, so no one watching this is a Democrat, so the Democrats are going to vote for it, the Republicans are not. What are they supposed to say?
No. Do not pass this bill.
Do not pass this bill. Go straight to jail. Don't get $200. No.
Do not destroy our country.
Yeah. Do not. Sorry. Hello? Yes. Yes. I would like to speak to my senator. Well, I don't know. Arkansas. That can't be who it is. Well, either one. Just put me through to my senator. It's not which half of this. Am I east or what? Does that matter? Is the senators? Do they do half north to south, which I would prefer, or east to west? I'm very confused. Just put me. Oh shit! I'm on hold. Proud to be an American, or at least I know I'm free. Hello, are you my senator? Yes. Hello. No! And something else. What was I supposed to say? I was supposed to say something else. Shit. Wait.
Country, do not take...
Oh, yeah. Do not destroy our country.
Take away our treasured...
Do not take away our treasured what?
American way of life.
Do not take away our treasured American way of life. I don't know. He's not saying anything else. That's all, I guess. No, he's just kind of... I'm just staring now. Yeah, so... are you writing this down? Okay. No, do not destroy our rights. Do not destroy our precious bodily fluids. And do not... Yeah, something like that. I don't know. No! Just remember that. Remember what I said. Thank you. I don't know. I just heard a nah. And then halfway through the call, I heard a... If you'd like to make a call, please hang up. And I was like, that sounds like my senator. Wait, that was
amazing.
Hold on, that was the end of it.
It's an amazing
Back
thing.
the fuck up.
American way of life.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. What the fuck?
It's an amazing...
What kind of dead air bullshit is that? Good job, Mark Levin. If you get a chance to talk to Mr. Producer, I would tell him that's strike 2. And if it happens again, you're on your own. All right. So I know what you're thinking. Yummy! But this I love. This, I don't know what he's going to say in this. And it could be a dozen things. For those of you that enjoyed watching, chunks, bits, and pieces of the Mike Lindell Cyberrama Lama Ding Dong that was on last week, you will be aware of all the stories behind this. But this is Mike Lindell clears up Cyber Symposium controversy. I mean, what the fuck? That's everything. That's how many, which one? How are we even going to do this? I love what you guys like when I play with the phone. Thank you so much, Dr. Kev's gal. And thank you, Fucko the Clown, for the bits. I appreciate that, Raphael. Thank you so much. The 5-head is what's happening when Nazi gives birth to a pencil. That's hilarious. Dolly Mart, thank you for subscribing on Prime. Daddy Pez, thank you for subscribing on Prime as well. Jill Carter, thank you again. And thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for liking and subscribing and sharing and all that stuff. Now, I need to know that he's clearing it up. Come on. We're going to clear up this stuff, also this controversy. There was apparently a controversy. We're clearing it up. That's what we're doing. Come on, man. I don't know which controversy. I can't wait to find out.
This is an unbiased, honest review of the Mike Lindell Cyber Symposium by a certified technical expert.
Okay, here it is.
Me. That's.
Is that it? Was that the whole? Hold on, let me. Here's my. What was it? Here's a review of Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium by a certified technical expert. There you go. There it is. Wait, sorry, that was the short version. There you go. Now you know how I really think. Son of a bitch. All right, let's hear it.
That's right. I don't expect a lot of you to know this, but I'm a certified technical expert. That's what I do for a living.
A certified technical expert. Do you have a diploma that says that? Or is it just what they call everybody at Geek Squad?
So with that technical background and all 3 days of watching Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium, I can tell you what's real.
Wait. What background? I appreciate what you're saying. Let's hear it. I'm willing to hear it. But you can't just go, I'm a certified technical expert. And because I'm a certified technical expert, did I mention I'm a certified technical expert? I kind of need to know what... Now, granted, I can't necessarily blame him. This is a clip that Mike Lindell and Mike Pillow and Steve Bannon are playing. So they may have cut that part out. But we'll see.
Yes. The things I didn't like about the symposium is that there was a lot of gray area.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
A lot of the time, Mike said that he was going to expose big things, and then he would end up just putting up numbers like this. I understand that a lot of the numbers that they're getting is from their data pool, but the data pool is pretty shallow. It's inflatable, and I was disappointed they didn't hand out water wings. I got a little scared. The pool does matter. There was a rumor going around that Mike got a lot of this data from a known con artist, but that has yet to be seen.
Let's see. Lindell data from known con artist. Now this is on Hacker News. Cyber expert J. Kirk Wybe, a former senior national security advisor, analyst, and whistleblower, also said Mr. Lindell did not have the actual data sets. He said the scrolling text was likely meant to resemble what the packet captures would look like in the data set, but were not actual packet captures, which are vital to prove the claims. You gotta love these non-technical people who think that any code on screen is basically the Matrix. It reminds me when I was building web pages in HTML in a coffee shop and a guy saw it and accused me of hacking. This is Mike Lindell's packet captures are garbage data provided by Serial Con Man, Washington Times. There we go. Cyber expert says his team can't prove Mike Lindell's... so this is the part that he was flipping out about. Now, I got to admit, this guy is a technical expert. He's got got a certificate from camp in technical expertery. And you can't expect him to be able to find really hard to find, data on the internet that has been programmed to look like pages on a newspaper that carry headlines and tell a story that he's relating, but nobody's... Okay, exclusive. Cyber expert says his team can't prove it. The cyber expert on the red team, hired by MyPillow CEO Mike Pillow, now says the key data underpinning the theory of China hacked is going to... We saw this before, by the way. Lindell said he had 37 terabytes of irrefutable evidence that hackers, who he said were backed by China, broke into election systems. But cyber expert Josh Merritt, who's on the team hired by Lindell to interrogate the data for the symposium, told Washington Times that packet captures are unrecoverable in the data and that the data as provided cannot prove cyber incursion by China. So let's see. Go back to this guy right here. Anyone else down? The other cyber expert admits they have nothing. That's the other guy. No proof of election fraud. was garbage, says expert. Now, expert in quotes, not quite this kind of, not Bill Hicks's stunt double in a hat kind of expert. We'll find out. I got nothing against this guy. I'm just playing around, by the way.
And
I mean, he is on TikTok, which is Chinese malware. I'm just saying. So he can't be that big of a tech genius because he's dumb enough to have TikTok on his phone.
Additionally, a lot of the cyber experts, including myself,
well, of course you're included. You're a cyber expert. You have a certificate.
From what we could see from the data, it definitely looked like legitimate data.
Yeah, bro. It looks like data.
Biggest key thing he did was bring together all of these people and discuss ways in which the United States may have been hacked.
May have.
The final verdict is, yeah, we were probably hacked by China. The hardware and the software kind of prove it, and we should be thanking this guy.
No, they don't, and they didn't.
Okay, we should be thanking this guy. But today...
we aren't, though. Just, Steve, just to clarify, we're not.
The Global Times, the mouthpiece of the Chinese Communist Party, is... And they always are ahead of things. And the reason is the CCP gives it to them and said, put this out. We told you, the focus is Taiwan. The focus is the American economy. The heart of the American economy, advanced chip design. Okay, we've warned about this and warned about this and warned about this.
Yeah. It's kind of like I'll Be Gone in the Dark, the story of the Golden State Killer that Patton Oswalt's late wife put together. A very serious endeavor about a very serious thing, but is a weird thing to fucking bring up when you're in a basement that's flooding, for example. Unrelated. You know, the Golden State Killer's never been caught. Thanks. We're all trying to tread water until help comes. Can you shut the fuck up? All right.
During the Trump administration, warned about this, was fought tooth and nail about bringing those factories over here to Arizona, relocating them. Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party, and you see what's happening right now. You're seeing elections have consequences.
Right. Biden won. Shut the fuck up.
And an illegitimate election has massive consequences on every different aspect.
But enough about 2016.
And what's happening right now, you're seeing with the consumer price.
If you want to buy a voting machine at Costco, it's fucked up, man.
A report, not the...
Thanks, Amy.
Excuse me, not the consumer intention, right? Not the prices, but the confidence of our consumers. The biggest drop, I think, in 20 years in August.
You mean because of the Delta variants coming out? Like everybody was really excited and it bounced back up and then... That's what he's talking about. U.S. economy has hit some road bumps after riding high over the summer. Fewer Americans are eating out at restaurants or buying plane tickets. Gee, Delta variant much? Nah, it's probably just... It's just Biden's fucking around with the whole thing. Oh, that's a... Let's see, we'll go back to here. Dollar edge higher... let's see. There it is. Dollar edge higher. COVID hits consumer sentiment. Nah, it's probably just it's Biden's economic policies. That's what it is. The dollar edged higher in early European trading Monday, but remained near a one-week low as rising COVID-19 cases and slumping U.S. consumer confidence could pressure the Federal Reserve to delay tampering its bond buying program. Yeah, it's like everybody's talking about the bond yield being all weird right now.
August. That's a leading indicator.
You're a moron. You know what's a leading indicator? The Delta variant and redneck assholes who listen to your former boss and don't get vaccinated.
People understand that something's not right. The last segment with Boris...
Yes, something isn't right. Trumpers and maggots aren't getting vaccinated, and they're killing people. Younger and younger people, including a spike in children. Fuck you.
I'm not a conspiracy theory guy.
No, you're just a liar.
At all.
You're a moron.
None of it.
None of it. I don't believe any of it. Except that whole, the moon landing thing. But only when Putin's check clears.
But I also say there's no coincidences.
Yeah, it's so dumb. Yeah, there is. Of course there's coincidences. He thinks that's a fucking... He thinks that's a zinger. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but I also don't believe there are any coincidences. He's said this multiple times. We've seen this in a bunch of different videos. Shut the fuck up. Of course there are... What do you think what do you think the whole argument about correlation versus causation has, No problem, Amy, not at all. Fear not. Big hugs. That's a lot of hay. I'm just saying. Sounds good. There's no coincidences. Of course there is.
Something, that picture, why?
There's also, you know what there is a lot of, is situations where confirmation bias makes you look at a situation and judge it based on what you want to have happen, what you think the turnout should be. You look at this, that can't be an accident. I mean, honestly. Yeah, it is.
Did they put that picture?
But you need it not to be.
Out. That picture is a terrible picture. And then we look at the details. I can tell you that the Camp David, that's not a skiff. Somebody said what happens in a skiff, Jack Purcell, but that's not a skiff for Grundoons. That is equivalent to the Situation Room. Biden should be in the Situation Room at the White House. That's where he should be with his advisors, with the give and take of what's happens around the table. You can't do that by Skype or Zoom.
We're not making, dude, this isn't we're not strafe bombing somebody out of nowhere. They already know what the policy is. This is watching a policy play out and the Afghans moving in. They know this. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course he can talk to them at Camp David. What do you think it is? Like one of those nap eggs at Google?
But I will tell you, the clock to Moscow.
Oh, this bullshit about the clock to Moscow is an hour off. It's correct in relation to where Biden is East Coast time. This is so dumb.
You've got boomers on deployment right now, targeted with Russia.
Boomers? We have boomers on deployment? People in their 60s and early 70s? Really? We have boomers in deployment? Are they flying? Are they, I mean, I need to know if they were like hippie boomers or like jarhead boomers, like let's say, if they were in Animal House, would they be one of the professors or would they be the drill sergeant? Or, all right, fucking boomers. Biden's so lost he deployed boomers. By the way, if Biden had said he had boomers deployed over Russia right now, they would go, oh, fuck, man. He's 25th Amendment. You got to get him out of there.
In China, but Russia. With all.
Sorry. Run that by me again.
With Russia. In China, but Russia. The clock to Moscow. Mm-hmm. You've got boomers on deployment right now.
Yeah, some of those pilots are fucking old.
Targeted with Russia. In China, but Russia. With all those nuclear weapons.
Release the boomers. Ist Luftblummers. En unbrechten Hobekschen. Achem Ulden Achdem Eil. Rungschektura Genachal.
You have Strategic Air Command in the air right now. Okay? You have our land-based ICBMs targeted.
Why would we be nuke targeting fucking civilian areas in a civil war? What the fuck are you talking about?
Down to the nanosecond. And they have a clock that's an hour off. Are you kidding me? Number one, the incompetence of that, but there's something not right.
Yeah, I mean, there's no coincidences, man. Like, Russia picks right now to spring forward, or did they fall back? Who can know?
Something not right with this.
Something's crazy about that.
Whole thing.
Seriously? Does anyone think that Biden's going like 1403? All right. Well, so we've already launched the missiles then? Or no, sir. That's at 1303. It's 1303, not for another hour. It says 1403. I'm pushed the button. I just pushed the button. I just put my handprint on the football. Missiles are away. Hallelujah.
I want to turn to Mike Lindell now. First off, Mike.
Really? Because you couldn't get fucking dumber on your own?
So much controversy about.
You're a very proud Luftbloomer. Luftbloomer.
The symposium. I will tell you, what the media didn't report that I saw with my own eyes is that the spirit of the 3 November movement, the legislators, right? Because you're
the spirit of the 3 November movement.
Path to victory here. Your path is through the
3 November. Oh, you mean when Trump lost, right?
The courts, right? With a what I call a strike to the courts.
Yeah, it's a strike to the courts. I love this military talk. It's just a coincidence I'm using strike like military strike on the courts. It's a coincidence that I am also talking to a crowd of people who would take up arms and kill judges. It's just kind of, it's not a conspiracy to get those people to kill judges. It's more of a fuck off.
The legislator, the 3 November movement, and the most...
The 3 November movement. Christ, everybody wants their moment in history. Shut
moving
up.
thing of your entire symposium was at the end when...
Yes, when it ended.
All the legislators that had been there, and I think a bunch of...
Yeah, the state legislators.
Might already had to leave, but I think there was...
Yeah, a lot of them. At the very end, when a lot of them had to leave.
Like 35 or 40. All sat there and individually talked about how important it was to them and how they're really forming a caucus throughout the country because it's in the state legislatures that the power rests.
Yeah, that's where you're really going to do the big change. The power rests with the state legislatures, not in the presidency or in national office, but in these dickweed, glorified, like city council members.
It says certify or decertify. And the spirit of those people to get to the bottom of 3 November is stronger than ever. And I want our audience to understand.
Well, it's because they're going to have to do it themselves because the fucking 3-day thing didn't help.
That these patriots are never going to back down. And now we're seeing...
Well, no, we know they're not going to back down. They're just going to fail, Steve. Steve. We get it that idiots hang on till the end. I mean, for fuck's sake... You and Mike Pillow probably believe we should stay in Afghanistan.
Now we're seeing the results of a stolen election. You are...
Yeah. What result would that be?
Are.
Competent governance?
Because this guy is beyond illegitimate. Mike Lindell, who is the...
Yeah, he's 180 from illegitimate.
Guy, you just had a TikTok thing up there. Who is this guy? Walk us through...
Yeah, tell us who this dude was. He's on TikTok. The kids are digging it. This is the NOV3 movement, hashtag NOV3.
This whole controversy about the data, not the data.
Not the data, lack of data, not data. Just, I'm going to call bullshit on the word data.
The county in Colorado came up. About
Mesa, right, yeah. Mesa, Colorado. I was following along, Mike. I'm sorry, were you busy bathing? Oh, I guess not.
That's your data set, the PCAPs, and now who's this guy that says that he reviewed everything and he likes it? Is he some grundoon or is he somebody important? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Mike Pillow brought that footage? That's what you found. That's the review you found that proves your point. Is a fucking TikTok dude.
Yep.
No, that just came up. This is what I'm getting from all over the country, that the people that actually looked at the data that I was putting down. Everywhere.
TikTok, Arkansas, more TikTok.
We've got, what the breaking news here is, we've got a couple things. Antifa, we've got investigators out right now. They were there, and we think they were going around with Zachary Patrizio, with Salon, a thing called True News, and they...
Wait a minute. Salon and Antifa? What, did Zach let somebody in using... That wasn't Zach I was shitting on. That was some dude from Antifa.
Established by Media Matters of America. Now, this report we're going to have on later.
This report, it's a very official report, and it was drafted by the tech expert who has a certificate in Tex-Mex.
Today, I have a whole team on that.
A whole team, a red team, or a white team, or a blue team, the black team, the beige team, probably a beige team.
They're actually investigating. These are. We have the sheriff and a lot of people investigating.
Not the sheriff? Well, get out of town.
Stuff that happened out in Sioux Falls.
Okay, hold it.
It was we're going to be telling the story of Sioux Falls for a good long while, dude.
Hold it. Slow down.
I like your style.
Slow down. Just because guys write bad stories. And Salon and Media Matters hits us every day. Just because they write...
They don't hit you. They see what you say, and then they show it for what it is. They don't just they don't just go, Steve Bannon looks like he bathes in pus. He looks like he's 80% gin. he looks like you know, like a Marlon Perkins reject who was kicked out of the van for farting too much. You know, that would be attacking you. If Media Matters, say, went on and went, why is this asshole not wearing earbuds? What does he think, he's a fucking DJ? Stuff like that.
Write bad stories.
Obviously.
You're saying something different. So let's take a breath.
Very
You're saying
different, Steve.
Yeah, it's not. It's the same. It's not the different. It's different. It's not the same.
Antifa was there, and what were they doing with?
Well, it was a cookout. I mean, what are you going to do in Sioux Falls if you're Antifa? You drive all that way, and then you can't find a vegan restaurant for shit. The rest of you, your main Antifa commander, you know, has dietary restrictions. He has to be gluten-free. He's got a problem with peeing in public, so you gotta, you know, every time we pull over, he's got to walk way out into the bushes, and then of course he ends up with, he's never been anywhere where there's poison oak. How the fuck was he supposed to know?
So what are you accusing Salon and Media Matters of doing? Because look.
Yeah, tell us. Hey, partnering with Antifa and letting them into the place so they could beat him up.
We're no fans of them, but they hit us every day. But hey, that's just, we say it's.
We're
it's
going to. That's a separate.
We hit them, and
that's a separate report. They were letting Antifa in, giving them badges, and they were using masks.
Antifa don't need no stinking badges
to get in the building, saying they had to wear masks. We've got Zachary Patrizio.
Yeah, and Antifa always wears masks. Of course. So
wait. Having all the footage from the venue and doing all that. That's just one segment, Steve.
Yeah,
now,
that's not. I mean, that's.
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to do a timeline of what happened.
But hang on one second. I just want to make sure we get. You're going to put a report out today that's going to show that Salon, Media Matters, and others were working with Antifa or other people that shouldn't have been there to let them in the building and to cause trouble or to be observed.
Well, they weren't there to. It wasn't. It's not a tickling competition, Tommy. These fellas are out to hurt each other.
Observers, what's your report going to say?
Yeah, Antifa snuck in and stole all 5 of everybody's eggs.
I don't know. I'm not the one making the report. I've just got a preliminary report.
I'm just reading a piece of paper that was put in front of me by someone that it must be true. I'm reading it out to myself for the first time on your show. This looks legit. I'm sorry, can we back up just for a fucking second? That Steve Bannon wants me to take this asshole seriously, and this asshole wants to be taken seriously, and Steve Bannon invited him on to talk about this stuff, and this is what he's bringing on is a fucking TikTok video of some dude going, I think it looks legit. I'm a tech expert. I'm gonna know what's doing. And then he's gonna read this piece of shit that Media Matters and Salon were sneaking Antifa in, and they called the fucking sheriff.
Word here from the investigators, and they pulled
the investigators. Who? What do you mean? The Sioux Falls CSI?
All of the
CSI Sioux Falls. Just some dude putting on sunglasses under his cowboy hat, you know. Looks like the road got killed as well. The
video cameras from the venue, and this Zachary. We've got Steve. I just don't
shake the paper more. That's helpful too. That makes you seem really sane.
No, but I know it's not good.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but I know it's not good. Fuck off. What? What?
I just don't know, but I know it's not good.
Okay.
Oh, we have a new favorite Michael Lindell quote.
Steve, I just don't know, but I know it's not good.
Okay.
There it is. There's the whole 3 days summed up in one fucking sentence. Thank you, Jenny.
I just don't know, but I know it's not good.
Okay.
Oh, new soundbite. It's good. Oh, good Lord. Oh, God. That's it. I whatever this is, I know it's not. It's my doctor's report. That my urinalysis came back. I don't know what it means, but I know it's not good. Sorry, I need it one more time.
Zachary, we've got the Steve. I just don't know, but I know it's not good. The preliminary.
But that will be out.
The preliminary report. It's a preliminary report. You can't expect too much.
Okay.
Okay. Let me check that off. He knows it. He doesn't know what it is, but he knows it's not good. That sounds like America.
That would be out. Should be out today.
Yeah, I agree. It should be out today. I'm not going to hold my breath, though.
Big thing you're going to see right after this broadcast is on Frank's speech. You're going to see recordings.
All right, we got to go over to Frank's speech now after this.
Of a guy named Josh Merritt. That was out there, Josh Merritt. Now, I'm going to have to bring people back a little to start this time.
Yeah, tell us the tale. Tale as old as time.
I had my own team that investigated my data, my stuff. It's in a lockbox. I didn't bring it all there.
It's at Al Gore's house.
This stuff that I've got from different individuals. Four actually, that's 5 different.
Yeah, 4 or 5. What do numbers really mean when you're questioning the outcome of an election? 4 or 5
sources. Everybody knows it took me 3 to 5 months to validate all this.
3 to 5 months. When'd you start? Last week?
100% proves everything from this election, all the PCAPs, everything, the whole election. And
so the 3 days that we all watched where you didn't show anything of the sort, that was, 3 days. Maybe it was 5 days.
I haven't changed on that. Here's what happened.
Well, of course not. You would have to admit that you were wrong, show some courage, not be a sucker or an asshole. Thank you, Jenny.
Happened, Steve. This Josh Merritt got involved. You're going to hear recordings. He's set up to sabotage this. This red team was brought in. Now, remember, I hired the red team, but I had never met him before.
Well, that sounds like something that I should take seriously. You hire a red team, never met him before. That's all you need. I'm convinced.
They were first given evidence. I got stuff on Saturday at 9 p.m.
So when did you vet these assholes? Today? So you gave them the shit last week before the 3-day cyber ding dong. And then during the whole thing, they were like, yeah, this is bullshit, bro. And then you were like, I might need to vet these guys.
Now things started happening. This guy is trying to discredit evidence that my team is putting down there. This started.
Why are they putting it down?
Started in the beginning. I'm going, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's how I started with you as well, Mike. I had the same reaction. I have that same reaction every goddamn time you're talking. We share so much.
And this went on the Saturday, Sunday. It gets up to Tuesday, and we had a lot of internal. It was just a lot of deviations with that red team. Well, then we go to do the event. Everybody knows the first morning they attacked the streams coming in from Frank's speech.
No, we don't know that. We know you have asserted that. We do not believe you because everything else you said turns out to be bullshit. So none of the impetus to prove that some of this was actually real is now again on you. I mean, we have moved past the benefit of the doubt zone a long time ago.
They sue Newsmax and OAN, and then
No. The hackers did not sue Newsmax and OAN.
Next day, now this is really key, Steve. That night I was flying in Tina Peters, and everyone will talk about that. We can unpack that.
Yes, unpack Tina Peters. I
have a whole sheet for her.
Oh, a whole sheet for Tina Peters. Do you think she really deserves her own sheet? I think she's a bullet point, personally.
From the Colorado thing that's been blowing up.
Yeah, the Colorado thing that's been blowing up. You know about the Colorado thing that's been blowing up.
And they raided her office, so she flies in.
Yeah, she didn't fly in because they raided her office.
To Sioux Falls.
Right.
Now
we know that's where she was.
The next day, I'm hearing reports of all this as we're feeding data downstairs to the cyber rooms.
Where the red team is, who you didn't vet and who called bullshit.
Starting to hear things about this Josh Merritt, and I'm bringing
this Josh Merritt person
it up to the red team, but then also to I have another team that's my team I've been working with for 5 months, 6 months.
So
this is an unbiased, honest review.
Damn it. Where do we go?
In the building and to cause trouble or to be fine with that?
You're going to hear recordings. He set up back the streams to I have another team that's my team I've been working with for 5 months, 6 months. And
5, 6, there may be 3 or 5 people on there. We don't know, but 5 or 6 months, but it may take 3 to 5 months to vet the data.
And now I get into the building and I find out that they basically shooed me off my own stage, kind of. They're going to do 5 hours. You're going to hear this in Josh's recordings. We have an hour recording of him, the most horrific stuff you're ever going to hear of how he.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, we got to check that out. Hold on. Lindell TV, right? Is that what it is? Is this the top? Let me see if this is what it is. It's live, so I don't know if this is the.
Well, I was like super shocked to see you walking around on the floor and things like that, you know. When I think it was 2 weeks ago, was it 2?
Checked his watch. You son of a bitch.
2 weeks ago. You know, we were all talking, and you told Pete and I 2 weeks ago before the fact that the PCAPs were shit. There were none. And you told us there were none, and that you and your team were already splitting up the $5 million. You were laughing, okay, because. But the point is,
this is the recording, and now wait a minute. We're watching Mike as he listens to this recording.
Is that you went into that already knowing that there were no PCAPs because you told Pete and I that, right?
Yep.
So
how'd you get that information?
Because they were giving us the precursor information to look over.
Yeah.
And it was the same pieces of information over and over up until when Conan arrived Monday night at about 9 o'clock.
Okay, let me tell you, everybody, the lie there. I did not give any information, and I gave no PCAPs. I didn't give even any information until Saturday night at 9 p.m. Not 2 weeks prior that he's telling his friend and the.
Well, then how did you hire these fuckers if you weren't going to give them something to look at to see if they could actually help or work on it? And you're reading off your phone, I call bullshit.
Or did he just hate our country? You know, I don't know here. This is disgusting.
It's hilarious. I don't know if it's disgusting. I mean, is he wearing pants? Is this a Jeffrey Toobin moment?
Thanks for Pete for this guy for coming forward with this and saying, hey, I care about my country and I want the truth to come out. And then Pete told me stuff that goes all the way back to 2014 with this Josh. We heard a lot of stuff about Josh since then. People ask, well, how did he get on the red team? Well,
yeah, I mean, like, you would think that since this is our whole country and our world's going to be destroyed, and this will cross over in Democrats and Republicans, and the entire Supreme Court's going to go 9-0 on this, you'd think if it was that important, you would vet people. And I guess in your case, broom out anyone who doesn't buy your bullshit wholesale.
Go to the next one here. And in other words, he lied and said I gave him information 2 weeks prior. I didn't give him anything 2 weeks prior of PCAPs.
Okay, and before we play the next clip, again, we apologize for not being able to get that S word out of there. Here's clip 13.
Oh, the S word. Which, of course, is security.
And it's the source, and I'm not going to tell you who asked me the question. But they said, can you vouch for him? And I said, look, at this point, I can tell you that he's always been straight up with us. I can't vouch for him. Neither can I say that he's done anything terrible here. You know why? Because I don't know. Yeah,
that's how you want to run an entire cyber symposium. Everybody walking around going, I don't know what this means. I have no idea. This is it could be something, it could be nothing. But, you know, I'm going to try and foment another January 6th based on my own ignorant bullshit.
If he did not tell Mike Lindell that there were no PCAPs.
That wouldn't be cool.
I said.
That would not be cool, bruh.
That would be
a dick move.
You're telling us that that Mike Lindell already knew.
Yes, we all told him. Kurt Olson even told him that he needed. I argued with him on the plane about it. We landed. We went through the information. We had met in our room in the conference room in the hotel, and had laid out the evidence of how we found that it was bogus information.
By the way, Mike is he laughed at that first one because it would seem he thought that when the guy said we told him, he meant 2 weeks ago or whatever. But then as soon as he said on the plane down there, which is them arriving at the actual event, he shifted in his seat and he started blinking more, which means, yeah, that's true. They told him it was fucked up then.
And I told you that. I had a hid. It's in a box right now in a storage facility. We have the key to it. I have one other person knows where the key at. We have a copy. We have that validated. There's 2 other people that have.
Only one other person know where the key at.
That key. We have copies of copies and then the original. Well, the piece that we brought, it was kind of like a test. I didn't know any of these guys. So all of a sudden you got one guy in the room that is kind of driving this narrative, and you were just on my plane, and you're telling me that what I spent for 5 months isn't valid?
Yes, that's what he was trying to tell you.
I'm going, is it from the 2020 election? Tell me that. Can you say it's not from the 2020 election?
Can you say it's not from the 2020 election? I can tell it's bullshit. I don't know if it's bullshit from the 2020 election or not.
Was their whole objective, I believe, that Josh's was. And he got other people in the room to believe it. And realize these...
to believe it or to look at it and go, oh, yeah.
I went up to my guy, to Conan, and I brought him down the hex data that we had.
And you asked him what is best in life, and he said, to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women.
And the red team, and 2 other people, and Dr. Frank, he was in the room too. They looked.
Oh shit, Dr. Frank.
Look at this. I said, why don't we? What about this? I said, what is he? Every time I'd bring something down, Josh would say there's nothing.
Yeah, he kept trying to tell you it's bullshit, Mike.
I don't know if he
just can read.
Now he says that you're going to find out later that he took data from us. He took a hard drive from us.
Oh, he's a thieving son of a bitch.
Knew what I had upstairs.
Did he take it to a lab in Montana, though? Because that might be okay.
With my guys, and I knew what I was going to set downstairs and send to everybody's computer so that it could be controlled so that people don't, CNN doesn't take everything home with them and then
look at it
to the Supreme Court, to our country. All I wanted was them. The challenge was prove this is not valid data from the 2020 election.
Bullshit.
You know how excited people were?
By the way, this is gonna give me 1 second. Mm-hmm. By the way, this is the picture. Is it gonna come here? All right, there you go. $5 million prize will be offered to any attendee who can prove that this cyber data is not valid data. Define valid. From the November 2020 election. The symposium is not open to the public. Invitees excluded include current politicians, cyber experts, and the media. Basically, only friendlies. So, yeah. This is going to jump ahead because it's live.
And I kept all of the files that we were given. So I have all of the files that were given to us by Conan, is what they called were PCAPs.
Yeah. Wow.
They paused on you, Mike.
All right, so he says he kept files, Mike.
Yeah, that comes up in the next tape, too, that we did yesterday.
How dare he keep our totally legit data and look at it on his own time rather than just in the piecemeal version we were handing out.
They have all kinds of conferences there. The internet was fine, wasn't it?
We tested the internet. We tested.
Great. Yeah, I was able to stream clean flicks.
.net multiple times. It was
I binged the entire Left Behind series with my pants off.
Fastest internet upload download of any building we had ever been in.
Crazy.
It's faster than our studio. It's faster than our studios. I mean, our whole team was blown away just on the TV production side, how fast it was.
Right. And you could see there.
Right.
See, remember, everybody, there's stuff I cut out around that because he swears so bad and his wife swears so bad.
His wife.
And this is Peter Santilli and Josh Meredith. Josh is the one that came out and tried to discredit the whole symposium. He was part of the red team. Great team other than him, what he did.
Yeah, everybody was great except for him. I mean, they all cashed their checks.
Why he did it, he'll have to explain that to the country. And then there was a death
to the country.
Wife, her on there, because every other word was a swear word. It was horrific. And
yeah, it was like an Eddie Murphy special.
We had to do a lot of editing. We probably, when this gets out, because
it's probably only about 30 seconds long once you cut out all the S words and the F words.
Believe we are going to press,
like fraud and syndicate,
and so many things that I think are criminal here, and but we have this whole thing in its entirety too. Can we show that? I want to show everybody what we've been getting from around the country.
All right, let's go to this cyber guy control.
This is what we're gonna play
by a certified
this motherfucker,
technical expert, me. That's right. I don't expect a lot of you to know this, but I'm a certified technical expert. That's what I do for a living.
No one is a certified expert.
In all 3 days of watching Mike Lindell's Cyber Symposium, I can tell you what's real and what's BS. The things I didn't like about the symposium is that there was a lot of gray area. A lot of the time, Mike said that he was going to expose big things, and then he would end up just putting up numbers like this. I understand that a lot of the numbers that they're getting is from their data pool, but...
Yeah, I hate when someone asserts something, and then when they you push them on it, they just go, I'm a cyber expert.
Mike got a lot of this data from a known con artist, but that has yet to be seen.
No, I mean, he's just complaining about it right now.
It definitely looked like legitimate data.
Bro, totally looks legit.
The biggest key thing he did was bring together all of these people and discuss ways in which the United States may have been hacked. The final verdict is, yeah, we were probably hacked by China. The hardware and the software kind of prove it, and we should be thanking this guy. This is an unbiased, honest review of the Mike.
Well,
it's always hard to play at TikTok because it loops.
Just one of the reasons I want to come on tonight, I don't want anyone to think that I held anything back.
No, I don't think you held anything back.
There was a poison pill that on the third day, on Thursday, we were dumping all these direct attacks from China. Those got held back. Maybe in the future we will put all this out there, but we'll have
maybe in the future
to do that at a time when maybe we'll someday you'll all get to see it.
But one day, like in the Smithsonian, they'll have a 37 terabyte walk around.
Validated all. I had it validated going in. Thanks. What I really needed there was everyone to say it was valid data from the 2020 election, and there isn't anybody that came out of that room or out of those rooms that cannot say that.
Well, obviously Antifa.
So, Brandon, go to the next
Here's clip 15.
I'm just curious if Lindell, because he's literally got a $300 million company, he's got a lot on the line, and it's collapsing. Was he lawyered up too? Was he getting legal advice to navigate through this?
Yes, Kurt Wiebe is his attorney. He was in the room. Kurt Wiebe kept telling him, no, the guys looked at it and the information is false. And he wasn't even listening to Kurt.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Dude.
His lives.
Wait, the clip's still going. Right now it's over. But first of all, he doesn't even have the name of your attorney right.
No, he doesn't have the name of any of my attorneys right. Kurt Wiebe is the guy that's with him. He calls him Wiebe. Those guys were the ones who were running around putting disinformation out there. And you can tie, you can tie all this back that this was an attack on Dennis Montgomery, where about 2 weeks ago, and this Larry Johnson and this Mike Zullo, they've been going around the country.
It's Larry Flash Johnson.
Every time, Mike Lindell, I never said I got this from Dennis back in the day. I wouldn't reveal any of my multiple sources. But now that they keep attacking him, I'm sick of it. Yes.
Yeah, tell him.
and say, well, Mary Fanning had this thing. Remember when we did absolute proof? We purposely took off things off of I don't know what they're called, the computer IDs or the MAC addresses, so people wouldn't go out there and destroy them like Dominion is doing right now to our country. They're going around to machines that are supposed to be there for 22 months.
Dominion is bleach bidding America,
and they're going this, and we have evidence of that when we get to the Tina Peters stuff here, and all the people that are going. We have people that are going to whistleblow on Dominion now. Over 40 employees they've laid off in the last 8 months. Everybody, you think they're happy? You think they're ready? It's going to be awesome. Go to the next one, Brandon.
Clip 16.
I'm just curious if Lindell, because he's literally got a $300 million.
Oh, we've already played that.
A lot on the line, and
yeah. I mean, one clip isn't good at that.
Was he lawyered up too? Was he getting legal?
All right, let's go to the next clip. Sorry about that.
Like the attack on Mike.
By the way, the production on Lindell TV
show. So just please pardon me for being hasty here. So I'm interviewing Mike Lindell, right, and talking about the police report. About the attack, because obviously I said it has to be in a police report, right? I want to clarify something. Were you there in the building at the same time that took place?
Yeah, it was right after our meeting.
Right after your meeting, then he got attacked. I mean, can you describe that? Did he go into the elevator and then you didn't see him anymore?
Right. Him and his girlfriend walked off and left, went up on the elevator, and I guess went up to their room.
Okay, Mike.
Well, the guys, this is yesterday or the day. Let's see. This is 2 days. This is not the original interview with
3
Pete
months ago.
And Josh. We had him go back to Pete, call him up. Yesterday, we had Pete call up Josh and say, hey, I'm doing an interview.
Hope you guys are taking notes.
You see what he said there? He changed his mind now. He says that we went right up to the elevator and I came out of the meeting. I was never in any meetings after the first day. I didn't go into those cyber meetings, Brandon. I was discussing with Josh. I did not go in there. And it was
going well.
My own team as far as putting the data down. Now, we got back from 2 couples that we were out with. There's witnesses. We have the picture of the guy that did it. And now we're going to put it up tomorrow. I just got a thing here from one of the lawyers. They're doing continuing the investigation.
Of the guy who poked him in the ribs during a selfie.
In Sioux Falls. I've been on the phone with the guy many times now, the investigator. He wants to, before I put this guy's picture out, there's a couple other guys that were involved, and they're tying it to him. So we do not want to, spook those guys.
So the police don't want you to do anything that would...
Yeah, don't spook him. He'll flee the country.
About this.
Mad poker on the loose.
He changed his story. First he said the police were there and escorted me upstairs, and now you just heard him. If you play it back again, play it back one more time.
All right,
this guy's a con artist liar.
Mike, I'm getting ready to do the show, so just please pardon me for being hasty here. So I'm interviewing Mike Lindell, right? And talking about the police report. About the attack? Because obviously I said it has to be in a police report, right?
Wow.
I want to clarify something. Were you there in the building at the same time that took place?
Yeah, it was right after our meeting.
Right after your meeting, then he got attacked. I mean, can you describe that? Did he go into the elevator and then you didn't see him anymore?
Right. Him and his girlfriend walked off and left, went up on the elevator, and I guess went up to their room.
What? That's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting.
I never take elevators. Elevators are elements of Satan. What the fuck is he upset about in this description? They just had a meeting. Did they run into each other? And by the way, when he says our meeting, it's not abundantly clear that the guy saying, I don't want to get into the minutiae of this, but it seems like the guy on the recording is saying our meeting, meaning him and that other dude that he's talking to, not me and Mike Lindell. But who gives a shit?
Meeting with them, Brandon, This guy is fabricating stuff, and he told two lies.
And your attorney or Doug Frank and others.
Yeah, they're going to sue him for the poke narrative.
Those meetings can verify that, correct?
100%. And I can verify the.
Yeah, the Supreme Court's going to overturn the verdict 9-0.
Witness the attack. We have their names now.
Uh-oh.
So this is, and what he just said there, the police put Lindell up in his room. Did you hear the first lie he told earlier in the broadcast? He told that now there was no police, if you just heard. I want to.
They came later, and then you went up again after you'd come down to talk to them.
Got this from one of.
I think you're confused. That's what I think.
A guy that was out there, one of the guys at the symposium. And he said,
think about this for a fucking second. This is a live feed from Lindell TV where he's going over a recorded phone call between the guy who called bullshit on his fake evidence, the guy's wife, and some dude who supplied a recording of it to Mike or whatever, with Brannon, who he's paying for all this shit, which looks like garbage.
It's been validated and it's in my possession. Every part of it. Let's go to the next clip.
Yeah, okay. Also, who asked you to go outside that night when you were talking to Colonel Waldron?
What, out in front of the symposium?
When you went out there and then Washington Times overheard you?
No, I was just out there having a vape, and that's when Weeb came walking up to me. Kurt Olson let Weeb into the building. And then he went back into the breakout room and talked to the cyber guys in there, came outside, started talking to me, and then that Washington Times guy just popped.
Mike is another Jesse Smollett. Agreed.
In.
But when did Waldron get out there?
Not until afterwards.
Right after we and I were having a vape with Squee and Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay.
Because I asked him, I said, who let Weeb in the building? And he was like, oh, well, Kurt did.
So after you had that conversation and Washington Times guy was eavesdropping, then Waldron came in afterwards?
Right.
Okay.
Weird.
All right.
Oh, and just so you know, not for the ramifications from this, so Flynn called Lindell. Flynn has pushed me away from everybody. Sydney has kicked me off of all of their team on working on stuff. All because of that, A, the report, and B, because I was honest.
Wow.
Excuse
me. So you got a call from Flynn?
Excuse me, it's pronounced.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
I like wood.
Oh, no, that's wrong.
Wow. What?
Sorry.
I like wood.
What? All right. Would I ever consider having Rudy Giuliani do a cameo for my intro? I think it'd be fucking hysterical, but I don't want to pay for it because fuck that guy.
Not to unpack here. The reason I had Pete go back and ask him that question was because earlier he lied and said Phil Waldron, who's a great patriot and part of this leader of this red team. Okay, Phil Waldron was not in that meeting with Kurt Wiebe and Josh in that Washington Times. He said he was. He lied and said he was. Phil was not there. He joined later. You just heard him now.
Phil, give me a kiss, baby.
He also said Kurt Olson.
They said it's not Phil. I said it's Philip.
He goes, is he feeling guilty about Kurt Wiebe? Because he goes, Kurt Olson let Kurt Wiebe in the building. Kurt Wiebe had credentials like everybody else. Anybody that applied that had credentials that got either with media or cyber or or politicians had credential.
Were they colored by what your thing was? Did you categorize
Kurt Wiebe did have credentials to be there. I want that perfectly clear. Kurt Olson didn't let him.
Maybe he's the guy who got him the credentials is the thing.
That's the first big lie. I just wanted everybody.
And by the way,
to
Kurt
know.
Olson is your attorney for those who are losing track.
Kurt Olson.
Yeah, I lost track a long time ago.
He's the number. He's worked for 5, 6, 7 months nonstop for our country, and people said, "Oh, he's doing it for the money." What money? You know, they did a big hit piece in him, the Daily Beast. As long as we're talking about Kurt Olson, the Daily Beast, Swin, my old buddy Swin,
he's working pro bono
for not doing anything, and I could name all of you hosts again that aren't helping our country by speaking out for this. Bogino, Sean Hannity, Lori.
Yeah, Bogino.
Speak out and speak out what's went on.
Yeah, Bogino.
The 2020 election.
Excuse me, it's Bongino. who is indeed looking for a TP for his bunghole.
You're still in the 2020 election. That when you're talking about running in 2024, then you're not for the 2020 election because our real president is Donald Trump.
That I feel you.
But I will say this: what this guy told in those lies in there. Then he says in there, he says General Flynn General Flynn never ever reached out to me during this symposium. Everybody,
what a prick!
Symposium up every part of it. Other than the corruption that came in, remember, these guys that came in.
Yeah, you didn't know
and
that.
One of the things I just wanted everyone to hear on there, Colonel Phil Waldron had nothing to do with that little meeting with the Washington Times and Kurt Wiebe and Josh Merritt.
Right.
These guys were all, and that article came out as minutes afterwards, everybody.
They were
minutes.
Totally.
This is set up to try and attack the evidence I have already that I spent 5 months validating. Kurt Olson worked every single day for hours with no pay.
Yeah, we know he's a sucker.
Because he's all about trying to save our country.
Or he's a lunatic, and he's expecting a bunch of money on the back end from you.
These are people all over our country that have lost their job, lost their livelihoods, that they've been attacked, because that's the absolute cover.
Or who are attacking our democracy. But blah, blah, blah.
The big lie is the big lie.
We watched the thing.
Tree knows by now.
So yes, we've heard it.
I think I hear you're saying, Mike, is that they're trying to throw up so much dust and confusion and
making me throw up
disinformation so that Americans will be so confused that nobody knows what the.
It's an excellent point, Nancy. Anyone that believes Trump is president means Trump can't run in 2024. Yeah, because it will be the end of his second term.
December,
even if he never got to do anything.
They just attack people. Dominion started this, and when they went after Joel Altman, the first guy I believe sued, when they went after him, when he had proof that they had ties to Antifa or some story.
Something. I don't know why you would even know about it. It's only $1.3 billion.
This was all, a terrible hack and takeover of our country by China. And you know what? When all this stuff came out, as soon as everyone starts raising their hand and go, hey, I got some too. Remember, there was like 50,000 affidavits of fraud that people.
Yeah, all of them say, I believe I saw, which is never going to get you in trouble. It's just PR bullshit.
People were threatened. There were people in Michigan, and one gal that's shown a picture of something horrific and say, this will be your granddaughter.
So that's the point I'm making, that a lot of this is to intimidate people into silence and to label them a kook for being involved in this.
That's why after January 6th, nobody spoke up. Oh, because this horrific thing happened, nobody knows what really happened.
Mike, stay on topic. You're listening to a recording. You're talking about what the guy's saying.
Don't even report it. They still have people in prison.
Well, yeah, they're a threat to the country. If they're going to attack police officers, they'll attack citizens.
Fear. So you put fear into people. That's why Tina Peters, she's a hero to come out because she cares about her country.
Well, if she cared about her country, she wouldn't show the passwords to voting machines on the internet.
That's why.
Russia has internet. I'm just saying.
If anyone had,
China has internet.
It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. We never get an election again unless we melt down these machines and make prison bars out of them. That's where we're at. And you got people.
They're plastic.
Josh Merritt.
How would you make prison bars out of plastic, Mike?
Merritt, disgusting. Go to the next one.
Clip 19.
Wow. So you're completely being
Wow.
What?
And
that started when they put you on the plane?
No, that started that night whenever Flynn called Lindell and told him that Washington Times piece. Like, they knew that Times piece came out almost as soon as you and Debs did, like 10 minutes after that guy popped smoke.
Yeah, dude, that article hit 10 minutes afterwards. We saw you on the corner of the building, right?
Yeah, they submitted it on their phone.
So 10 minutes later, we get back to the house and that article hit. That's probably the biggest thing that you had going against you. Well, I'm just assuming that would be a violation of the NDA if you were talking to the media, right?
By the way, they edited this whole fucking call. They could have actually typed out all the words and had them appear on screen like you see on news programs and the like, so they can go through everything that was said, because they had plenty of fucking time and they're doing a whole dedicated segment to this. But fuck me. It's better to just watch Mike Lindell listen to audio.
Source. And that information was actually put out by Weeb, not...
Do you realize what I'm going to be doing with this footage when this is all over?
Again, he got the lawyer wrong. It's Kurt Olson. He keeps confusing it with his buddy Weebs, which is Weeby.
Weebs, Weeby, the big Weebster. Yeah, Weeble. We call him that because when he wobbles, but he doesn't fall down.
Credit your Dennis Montgomerys, your Mary Fannings, anyone. If I gave out the other names, Brandon, that would be all over there. Just today, they tried to discredit Dr. Frank, Doug Frank.
No.
You know, they've attacked Dr. Shiva in Michigan, in Massachusetts.
What?
Anyone that's got something out there that proves that this election, the cyber attack, or any part of it, they go after him and try and discredit him and attack him. They've attacked me. Probably more than any person that they've ever had to attack. And they just, I can't ever take a chance of stopping.
Just so we're clear, if this is the same Kirk Wiebe, I interviewed him extensively in 2020. I don't know if I interviewed him in 2021. I have to go back.
Just look it up.
Several times. And if it's the same Kirk Wiebe, he was validating everything that we were up to. He was affirming this. He was saying that all these people...
Then he saw it.
I mean, many of them he named by name as patriots. We have the audio. We have the video. If this is the same Kirk Wiebe, what's going on here?
Well, he believed you and then he saw it.
Oh, you don't know what's real or...
We have the videos and audios. If it's the same Kirk Wiebe, we have him praising this stuff.
And then he saw it.
It's just like Josh you've seen earlier tonight where he told Pete that...
It's kind of like when... like in Jaws, when the sheriff runs out and he's shooting, he's like telling everybody, shark, shark, and he's firing into the water and scaring everybody and blah, blah, and it turns out to be bluefish. He seemed very convinced it was sharks up till that moment.
Did meet him at the end. I took pictures, and with every single person left in that room, there was hundreds of them on the last day.
Must have been exhausted and poked.
Way I'll bring that up. All the legislators are so hopeful. They're going, we're going to bring it to our attorney generals, all the ground game, all the stuff that's going on in their state, all these red states that didn't think that they got hacked. And they're going, now they get it.
Now they've
seen all the presentations. I mean, everyone that was on there, all the presentations, every single one of them that were up there proved there were machines from a different direction, that it was computer generated. You got to realize that. Dr. Shiva, and he ties it back all the way to Twitter. We know where a lot of the culprits are.
By the way, if you don't know, Dr. Shiva lost a Republican primary in Massachusetts and sued the state because he thought there was voter fraud and all this shit. He dropped his lawsuit the day before Mike's thing still showed up as their star witness for, oh my God, the fraud.
Here, they figured out all this with mathematics, that 2 + 2 = 4. You can't lie about mathematics.
Well, yeah, you can with statistics.
It validates the cyber attack.
No, it doesn't. It's a statistical anomaly unless you take into account the fact that we were in the middle of a goddamn pandemic. More people voted by mail than ever. More people voted early than ever. That's why your fucking algorithm doesn't work.
Who was at the symposium saying that on multiple interviews with us.
Yeah, that's why you've seen in our country.
Good as Gold says, I am so lost. That means you're sane, Good as Gold.
The big lie being the big lie. A lot of people are going to have to answer, like, what I've seen in politics.
Oh, I'll answer, Mike.
Politicians have either a political agenda or a personal agenda. Well, you know what this...
Well, I have both, Mike. I love my country, and you're fucking with it, and you're a dumbass. I take that very personally and politically. Both of those they're like interwoven. It's like when Trump fucks the flag every time he sees it. It offends me as a human being, as a man, and as an American.
Brian Kemp's been blocking stuff for months at him and Brad Rassenberger. You got to ask these guys why. When this all comes out,
because there's nothing to see there, and you're fucking with elections.
Attorney General, Secretary of State, or Governor out there, go down anywhere. I don't care what precinct, and say, hey, we're going to take these Dominion machines, which the people of the United States bought. We paid for them out of our tax dollars.
Well, the states did.
Not just them, Smartmatic, ES&S, all of them. And go down there. Just pick any one of them. This is a call-out challenge. And you go down there and you say,
is it a $5 million challenge?
We're going to open these up. We're going to do an audit, a forensic audit right here, and we're going to pull down those packet captures out of those routers, And then let's just see.
There aren't packet captures in the fucking routers. What are you talking about?
All 50 states come back. This is disgusting. Dominion sues good OAN. Heroes. OANs are
good old OAN.
Heroes. Where's Fox? Where's Fox?
Shame on
Newsmax.
Fox.
They sue OAN and Newsmax the morning of the symposium.
Because that's when they broke their agreement.
Talk to the owner of Newsmax. This is pretty sad. He got sued because he ran my ad that Fox would not run.
I figured that was it. And they didn't get sued, did they?
Anybody else run your ad, Mike, or turn down your ad? I said no, none of them. ABC ran it, CBS, NBC, all of them. CNN, nobody else turned them down. Nobody else but Fox.
The ones that were being sued for $1.3 billion and were concerned about that actual loss because they actually have it, whereas OAN and Newsmax doesn't.
I say whatever I want in my show, and people were going after them. You know what? Then you better get out there and talk about tonight about these recordings from
Well,
Josh.
then he ought to call and interview you.
Well,
if he can say whatever he wants, he ought to call and interview you.
Yeah, why didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you?
Yeah, why didn't they do it?
As long as it's the truth. Well, the truth is, Sean, we had a cyber symposium. And the truth is, it was attacked and hacked by like a discharged.
He is yelling at Sean Hannity now.
Anything on your show. Neither are you, Laura. Trucker tried a few times to talk.
Yeah, Trucker Crawlson. If you
Give him some
Trucker Crawlspace is his name.
Through it was a couple weeks ago, but none of them were talking. What is Fox doing to you? Are you guys you're so worried about your money? All four of you? You're so worried about your money and your job? You know what? Tina Peters here, she's left. She's a hero. She's hid. We have her hid out right now because she's got evidence.
You have her hid out? She's at the hid out.
Proof what Dominion's done. Take out. And then now the Secretary of State in Colorado is attacking. It does a raid.
Wait a minute. You've abducted Tina Peters?
And then another guy gets raided with 4 little kids at home. She's a hero. She's going to stand up.
Well, they're not going to run the kids out of the house at 10 o'clock at night.
Country. I call on you, all four of you, Sean Hannity, Lori Ingram, Tucker, and Dan Bongino.
Bongino.
At least one.
Mr. Bongino. It's Bongino. Not that I give a fuck. It's way funnier to hear him say Bongino.
That'd be telling some.
By the way, Dan Bongino is your biggest fan. Fuck you.
Radio shows. So if Fox won't let them do it, why not do it on their radio shows?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where they do it, Brandon. These guys had big influence, and it's a shame. Shame on you, Fox. If Fox, I'm going to tell everybody, if Fox went south, whatever they did, who knows if it's the Murdoch kids or whatever, that's the people I've heard stuff. Who knows why they turned on us? They called Arizona early.
I could give you 1.3 billion reasons.
They didn't talk about anything.
Dan, it's pronounced vagina.
Shop instead of the election, and talking about how Biden, has memory problems. That doesn't matter. Why don't you talk about China attacking our country? Why don't you four care? Your big old American dream is going to be gone, Fox. Fox will be, whatever they've done, they were part of this cancelization. You know what? That's why I had to use all the left-wing media, all of them. Your people like Swin and Corrupt. We're going to Zachary Patrizio from Salon. They're in big trouble. These guys
are they? You wrote their name on an envelope.
When we talk about that, how whatever they did at that symposium, if they were tied into Antifa and what they did there.
Shit.
I used to think this was just some kid that didn't know any better out of college, but he's running around with mask on, doing a lot of shady stuff there. We don't need all that media now. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for attacking me for 5 months. Thank you, Mark Zuckerberg.
You're welcome.
You, Jack Dorsey, for attacking me. But now we have a voice that's going to be heard around the world. And right now we're calling out. This is what they do to cover up. We're calling it.
By the way, you missed him saying Mike Zuckerberg, which is his anti-Semitic Jews grub for money trope that he likes to wheel out. Just in case you think he's just a kind of a hapless loser. He's also an anti-Semite and a fucking asshole.
All the news that he called that
and he's yelling a lot.
He called
on his own channel where he has a microphone.
He did it colluded with the Washington Times, and it came out everywhere. Phil
Washington Times, by the way, is a right-wing newspaper.
There and said, this is not true what he said, and there's a little bleep down at the bottom of the Washington Times. The damage gets done, everybody.
Yeah.
The damage gets done.
It's too late.
Everything I told you was true. I have validated all these PCAPs and evidence, 37 terabytes, all the way.
No, you have not.
Every part of the election, we put up states. You want to see what it manifests to? You look on Frank's speech and you go down. We would go through every state and see what happened in your state. And that doesn't count the organic cheating.
Well, it would have to count the organic cheating, or the digital cheating wouldn't match up. See, if you flip the votes and then there was organic cheating too, that would be an anomaly that would never mind.
It doesn't count all these criminals, people that committed crimes. There was a lot of them.
Yeah.
There was a lot of them out there. Don't get me wrong. On both sides. Obviously, we don't know why would Brad Raffensperger and Brian Kemp and Doug Ducey say things. But I'm telling you, the main thing is China.
They're all in league with China.
They took our election. They hacked every single state with computer algorithms. I'm not making this up. You had all these experts that were...
I know you're a delusional asshole.
...that come from all walks of life, from Sheba to Dr. Frank to Draja, all these people, to Edward Solomon. You know what? You can do it in your own state. Dr. Frank's things, all you needed to go was to the Secretary of State's office, get the voter roll registration, and you could have checked it out.
Go door to door and threaten people if they voted for Biden.
Secretary of States have shut it down. They won't let the public get them now. Wonder
and in
why.
some cases, it costs thousands of dollars to get them, doesn't it?
No, they shut them down. You can't even get them. They've shut it down. They're like whack-a-mole. Every time people rise up on it, and they've tried to use fear, but we're not going to be fearful anymore in this country.
No.
You governors out there that you think you're going to get reelected or whatever, you better get behind this 2020 election. All you politicians, especially the ones that say they're Republicans.
Yeah, they're fucking rhinos. They're the worst.
What kind of conversation did you have with Lindell? He said the conversation that you had with him in the plane on the way up there was kind of odd. Did you get into an argument with him or a debate?
No, I actually went into the explanation of where the voter fraud actually started, going back to the Time article that talks about Trumka. Then I explained to him about electiontaskforce.org. I told him about all of my research, of which he had never even read any of my affidavits. He knew nothing about any of my research. And that's what the discussion on the plane was.
Well, that would involve vetting.
How did you know that there were no PCAPs, though? Because from what Lindell said is that nobody had access to any of the files to determine whether or not there were PCAPs until...
No.
Oh, go ahead.
So they had, one of the guys on the red team had set up a hard drive that we had all been looking into information. I believe it was starting Saturday, Friday, Saturday night, whenever we looked over it. And it was information that Conan was putting on the drive for us to look over. I saved all of it. I have all the information, including this .bin file that's a terabyte, that whenever we started getting other files, it showed it came from a noise generator for a Wi-Fi testing system. They do.
Wow. Do they know that?
No.
Wow. They don't. Oh, wow.
I save everything, dude.
Yeah, dude, you got to be real careful. Don't tell anybody about
Wow.
That's
All right,
amazing.
Mike? Yeah.
So the security on this Wi-Fi router creates general data noise to fuck with anybody who's trying to PCAP what's on it, and that was what they were looking at.
Given that hard drive to a person at the symposium, and we have that person as a witness too, and that person that got it, he was told that morning, because remember, Josh was kicked out. I would not let him in the building, but he gave that to a person, and then he was told that that there was a threat of a poison pill. Don't know for sure what was in that, or what's going on with that. But this is horrific. And I'm telling you, on that plane, this Josh is lying. You're going to tell me where election things started? I've forgotten more about this fraudulent election than most people will ever know.
I believe that.
It has consumed me. I have done every ounce of my being every day is to try and save this country. And this jerk sits there and tells me he's telling me about election stuff on my plane. I told him that our biggest fight was the media. I'm the one that said to him, I said, here's what I want to get out of this symposium. I want everybody to validate this was data from the 2020 election. I want all the legislatures from, hopefully we represented with all 50 states. By the second day we had, Rhode Island was the last one to come in. We got all 50 states.
Sweet.
All 50 were represented there. I wanted to...
Whoops.
Did we lose Mark?
But mathematicians, everybody that could be there and show all this. And here this guy totally lies. He lies, and then he says that, that he had data 2 weeks prior. He got it, remember everybody, 9 o'clock on the 7th, the Saturday before the symposium. I wasn't going to give any of those guys data, any PCAPs before that, to have them put out in the news. And just for this reason alone, what if? It's our country depends on one link to discredit this. One guy like Josh Merritt. That's exactly why I didn't do it, and that's exactly why I want everybody to know I have all the information. I want people that you can get out there, and you newspapers you can go attack Mary Fanning's and Dennis Montgomery's all day long now. You Larry Johnson, who out there, criminal, whatever he's doing. And your Mike Zulu, who bothered my family, that he was telling people not to come to the symposium. I have multiple sources, starting with what Mary and you gave me back on January 9th. People poured in information, packet captures and data and everything else. Kurt Olson had to sit there every day and sort through because everybody was pouring in information.
Right.
He's a hero. We're all heroes. All you guys are heroes that were out there. Anybody that stood up and lost everything they had to fight for our country. Now it's time for all of you out there. Don't live in fear anymore. I plead. I've got Tina Peters here. I'm gonna tell
one more clip, Mike. Let's go to
Okay,
21.
all right.
Don't get to
Do the
don't
last
get to
clip.
Tina
I don't know
Peters
if
yet.
how
Here we go.
OAN we're coming up on the top.
We've got 5 minutes left if we're going to stay with OAN. Here's the last clip.
You have a hard drive or a thumb drive?
I have it stashed on an M.2 external hard drive.
You do? Okay, can you share it with me?
Let me ask my lawyer. I think I can, but that violates the NDA.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. Because the NDA specifically mentions that we're not allowed to pass the files around.
Okay, Mike, that's that clip.
That's interesting.
Remember when earlier in the tape of the day before, the other tape when Peter questioned him, he said he had already broke the NDA. Remember that?
Yep.
He said, did that break your NDA? Yes. He didn't care about an NDA. He wanted to discredit Mike Lindell and this symposium for whatever reason. Maybe he has a personal agenda, whatever it was. He got in with the wrong people, if it is. But I will tell you this. He also, he discredited. Sidney Powell had a case. Now, I want everyone to know this. Sidney Powell had a case. I don't know how far back it went, but he lied on his credentials on that case. So I want everybody to know what happened now. That judge that made a ruling on the second day of the symposium, the judge in Washington, D.C., and if I had his name, I'd call it out because he made the worst decision I believe he was compromised to. I do believe that because nobody in their right mind would let these Dominion lawsuits go forward. It's disgusting, disgusting, and disgusting.
Is it disgusting, though?
Let that go through our First Amendment right of free speech. It just got wiped out right there because now anyone's going to be afraid to speak out.
I'm not.
Speak out forever going forward. If that's the
No, I'm fine.
Get sued. People that have money, they got to wait. Well, should I get sued or say something? Well, let me tell.
I think just say something, and you probably won't get sued if you're not psychotic.
All your First Amendment rights. It doesn't matter if you have your First Amendment rights if you don't have a country. So I'm going to make
That's true. I mean, basically, we are Afghanistan now. Thanks, Washington judge.
We're going to keep going. I don't know if OAN's going to stick with it, but Tina Peters, she got something, and I'm going to read this stuff. She's a hero. Everyone needs to use her for an example.
Yes, I agree. Someone needs to make an example of her.
But she's going, I don't have a country. I don't have a country. And she's come out and it's going to.
I'm a man without a country, Frank.
So many people like Tina that are going to come forward now because they were suppressed. And Dominion whistleblowers.
Oh,
wow. These people laid off 40 people. What? You know what? It's kind of funny in our country, and shame on Fox News and the rest of the media that they never went to Dominion and said, "Hey, everybody, you're suing everybody." What? Good Americans. What do you say to that, Dominion? Why won't you just open up your machines and show us what you're hiding? If you have nothing to hide, what are you?
Well, it's proprietary software and hardware, and if our enemies know what it contains, they can hack it. Like if you're worried about the Chinese hacking our voting systems, the last thing you want to do is publish in the public domain the contents of those machines and the software. one would think.
One precinct, because what you're going to find, it was across the country, because I already have that evidence. We're going to take all this.
Well, yeah, I mean, Trump tried to cheat clearly, mainly using ES&S machines. That's how he got Florida, Ohio, Texas, and Kentucky. But he lost, so it didn't matter.
Everyone's.
And that's why Republican governors and secretaries of state don't want you to look at the shit and do audits, because they're afraid you'll find out that they tried to help win, the state for Trump, and he lost, and if they're afraid to find out that you'll realize that Trump lost by even more.
Be 9-0, because this evidence is non-negotiable. It is non-subjective.
It's subjective. I'll negotiate.
When's that going to happen? I don't know. So the fake news over here can say, Mike said this date. I don't know. I've putting everything in God's hands, and we're all praying for the truth to be revealed.
All right, special report from Lindell TV tonight, being carried also on One America News. Thanks to One America News for carrying it. We appreciate your watching. We will broadcast this entire 2 hours immediately on frankspeech.com for those that want to see it or share it with friends. It will be rebroadcast immediately as we go off the air at frankspeech.com. Thank you again to One America News for carrying this.
Fuck. So OAN carried 2 hours of this horse shit?
We'll be right back to more on Lindell TV, my pillow. I don't buy that shit 'cause it's made using money that is used to charge to the Capitol. These are the slippers I wear when I hit a cop. These are the towels that I wipe all the blood off. It's not mine, it belongs to the note at the top. I fell asleep and my dog sleeps on this, unless I need him to bite into a police officer on January 6th. These are the towels I use. They come in 3 colors. They come in 3 colors. Don't buy them. Here's our big Nazi symbol that Brandon House paid $1,000 for on Fiverr. We'll be right back. We bought this on a stock video footage.
Yeah.
Don't you join us on Lindell TV? It's where we cut out all the swearing when we have to listen to a guy who vapes in the parking lot. Get a dog bed when you're in the doghouse, 'cause you're the only member of your family that tried to kill a cop with a thin blue line flag. Up to 666% off. I don't know why we chose that.
Lindell TV, auch eine weinende, zeigende Reihenbauch, ausnende, fragende, eigene Bitte.
And we started all over again, yes. And we'll be right back after these messages.
Come on. I need more cowbell.
8:02 Central Time. We're back because Mike.
By the way, this is the top of this thing, which we missed. We'll do about 10 minutes of it, because fuck this. I'm going late anyways because I missed you guys. So we're just going to add a little on tonight. Hang out if you feel like it. Yes, now it's the time for Sprockets for Evidence. This is Brandon House and Mike Lindell, and I can't pause too much because it jumps ahead.
Why you're all online here. Did we go to a My Pillow commercial? Is that what happened?
Yes. Yeah, that's what happened.
To support this. My 2,500 employees, that's the best way you can support me.
Yeah, I'm not going to help you fucking... one of the best ways you can support Mike Lindell's employees, especially if you're Mike Lindell, is to not mention My Pillow when you're trying to fuck up the country.
Today, 11 a.m., it's going to be a Mike Lindell report, and 6 p.m. Both of those are Central Time.
Oh
11 a.m. tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central Time.
Turbo.
LindellTV.com and right here on frankspeech.com. Now, you're going to get... tomorrow, we're going to talk... I was going to get to Tina Peters tonight, but there's too much information here, and we've had...
Welcome to TMI with Mike Lindell.
Tomorrow at 11, and we're going to have a lot more for you then.
I'll be there.
Have a report from all the Antifa, all the stuff with the media, and all the stuff that went on with like your salon with Zachary Petrizzo, and we're going to see how it all ties together.
You know his name, but you don't know Dan Bongino's name. That's fucked up.
And I know Laura Logan wants to come on once we do the piece on the Antifa. She's going to show us. She's been going after Antifa that have infiltrated the media. Are you aware of this, Brandon?
Yes.
Yeah, she's done a lot of stuff on that, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're going to be having her on. I'm going to try and get people on tomorrow at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. I'd like to get a report where you can get it right from, maybe right from the red team, maybe right from our attorney, maybe Kurt Olson will come on and make a statement. We'll have to see. But you guys, this was an attack. And you know what? We're not going to take it. We're not going to take the lies. This is where we have our voice now at frankspeech.com. You need to reach out to everybody you know and keep getting them here and getting them here.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Smash our voice. But it's big enough now where you know what? We're able to go out. Hopefully these guys took these sound bites from this Josh Merritt. Now, if we hadn't had Frank's speech and I would have came out there and said, wait a minute, Josh Merritt, he did this, and nobody would have heard it, Brandon.
OAN is playing this whole fucking thing, so clearly you could have.
Information. But this was a good thing tonight to bring this out. I'm going to say it again. On January 9th, the first piece that I kept it quiet for your protection, Brandon, for Mary Fanning's protection, and for you two guys, I did not want everybody. They were the first. They got me on the phone and said, hey, these machines, and this is what happened. And I'm looking at them going, wow, that explains everything. That explains the non-residents that voted in the dead people and stuff. Wow. So I grabbed onto that. Wow. I didn't talk to you. Wow. I talked to Mary a couple times after that. Yeah. She was a wealth of information that was most amazing information. I had people from inside the government, people that I hired and people that I trusted, listening to her on the phone with all this stuff. She didn't have the data stuff. She had the background.
He's talking about when he got her and went to Trump's office.
She's like a walking encyclopedia. I've never seen anybody that knowledgeable, ever.
Well, it's very easy. You can sound very smart if you can just pull, details out of your ass
and then people started flooding me with other information.
Yeah, apparently you drown in it.
That
the lack of oxygen has affected your reasoning capability.
From different planes within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks and all. But you know what? Here's the thing. What I found out is all data and packet captures, what you find it's all the same. The truth is all the same. You can only have, if you send something through the internet, Brandon, and you take a snapshot of it, it doesn't change if two people get snapshots of it, or if a router in Maricopa County gets a snapshot, or if this guy gets a snapshot. And they've tried to...
You get a snapshot, and you get a snapshot. So why are you keeping the shit back? Why aren't you just passing it out to everybody? If it's the same, and you know it'll be verified by anybody else who got it, why don't you... Why are you keeping the 37 terabytes hidden in a locked box?
All the data, and I have it in my possession.
Yeah, give it out.
I'm telling you all out there, quit telling me and quit attacking the Dennis Montgomerys and the Mary Fannings. I validate them both. They're real. It's 100%. So,
based on what, pillow fuck?
Knowing that they were part of the people I got stuff from back then, they would have been attacked just like, if I gave out those other names right now of my team, like Conan got exposed and so did Todd because of this Josh Merritt. Now, you know what? He fears for his family. He's out there and he fears for his family. I'm going to probably have to move them to another location,
Yeah, you're going to have to buy them a new house. I'm sure Dude, Mike, I'm so afraid after that Washington Times hit piece. I think you need to buy me a house in a gated community.
This stuff has been, and it's so they're going, well, Mike, where did you get your information? Where did you get it? You know what? I tell them, I've been saying I got it from multiple sources, but the most important thing, I have validated.
No, you haven't.
It's Montgomery and Mary Fanning, everybody. If Mary wouldn't have brought that, if you and Mary hadn't made that call on January 9th, I wouldn't have
paid you $15 million in 5 fucking months.
Greatest treasure in the history of the American heroes knew or talked about this stuff and had it validated, and Dennis Montgomery having this data, having these packet captures, and these other three that I'm not going to mention their name, or they're going to get attacked too, where I heard from them back then and did this validate. This, you guys, I want every person out there to know, quit calling me and feeling sorry for old Mike that I've been getting, that I got disinformation. I am so sick of that. You know why?
Because you still believe the bullshit?
Dollars, people like Conan and others validating this data, and you know what?
And that Mike is why when there was no one else to turn to that had the platform, the voice, the influence, and the finances to validate.
You even said it, and the finances.
That's why I called you and conferenced in Mary, because I said,
we went, here's a sucker.
The courage, the finances to validate.
The finances. Can you say finances one more time?
At least tell the country the authenticity and veracity of this information. And you took it and did your own research from there.
Absolutely. Now, did I sound the alarm and try and get it to the president on the 15th of January? Yes, I did. I didn't know how big it was. I didn't know how, I had to go on. I knew that our country had attacked through computers, and I didn't, did I have time in 6 days to dig in? I did have, did a lot of due diligence in 6 days.
Sure.
So what I did, like any other American would do, I tried to get it to the right people at the White House. That's the first thing I did. And I find out later a lot from these other sources, a lot of other people that are heroes, like Sidney Powell, that went out there. She had a lot of this information about machines. She had a ton of it. So did Rudy. They all did. But you know what? They used everything they could to discredit them about this cyber attack, every single thing, including Josh Merritt lying about his credentials so it gets thrown out or whatever it did. And then now they use that case that this judge made this case now in D.C. move forward on the second day of the symposium.
The symposium.
Here, you see a pattern. I look at it like this. Maybe this will actually maybe I should just tell every person I got everything from. The problem is, just like Tina Peters.
Yeah, I would do that.
Go hide her, and then Josh rats her out and says it was in Texas, Brandon.
Yeah.
So then I got to go move her, and these people that have come forward, I've given them.
Why the fuck do you have to move her? She's a fucking county clerk in Mesa, Colorado. She's a grown woman.
So many people come forward that they can't attack all of them, like that vicious Secretary of State in Colorado. Well, you know what? We have proof now of what Dominion's out there doing, what they're doing. Deleting files and all this other craziness they're doing to try and cover up. Remember, we were going to make a movie, everybody, called The Absolute Cover-Up.
Yeah.
You're living it, everybody.
Oh, good. So you don't have to make it.
It saved us a lot of time.
Excellent. I don't have to, obviously a lot of production goes into those piece of shit docufilms.
You just seen it here tonight, what Josh Merritt did to the symposium and what that guy did, and these people involved. Whether it was, all the people and the stuff that were there, the media that was there. It's funny, you don't hear from the media tonight. We'll see what they come.
Yeah, there's a whole Afghanistan thing going on, and then COVID, and there's a lot of real shit happening.
There, if Fox got involved, every state would do an audit, and this country would be, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, everybody would jump on board. And why won't anybody let the order Dominion to open up their machines? Open them up. Let's open them up.
Why? Why are we going to expose the proprietary insides of our voting machines to the whole fucking world?
Well, when we had Dr. Shiva on there, these guys are all these people come from all walks of life. These are the people that stood up.
They come from all walks of life. I mean, they're all Republicans and they're all Trump supporters, but like of all types.
He found in his election a primary in Massachusetts, 60-40, 60-40, 60-40, 60-40 in every single precinct and county that had machines. That had to be done by what? Computers, everybody. Dr. Shiva dug in. He was his own lawyer, a brave American.
He lost like 59.6 to 39.7
degrees. He probably has more degrees than most people. He's forgotten more things than most people ever know. But he dug into.
I would work on that. Maybe there's a pill.
But who's behind it. And that was one thing I want.
Republican Party, actually. It was a Republican primary.
It says Twitter. There's one.
Twitter rigged an election in Massachusetts.
Yeah. So many others.
And yes, Dr. Shiva is a fucking moron.
But the media is the number one. And right now, what OAN did tonight, airing this, and Newsmax is stepping up, and all of us, everyone out there, we can all your podcasters out there, everything, there should be one conversation.
That's right.
The election of 2020.
That's right.
Period.
I know, it's the funniest conversation we can have.
All the things you're seeing happen are manifestations of that.
Yeah, I know. When Biden got elected and he started doing the shit I actually wanted him to do when I voted for him. Yeah, there's a correlation there.
Employee out of fear says, well, I can't do this, or I'm going to lose my job, and the employers are making rules because the government's telling them do this. This isn't America. This is the last light of the world. We are in the last. This is it. This is the time. This is the turning point in history.
President,
like I've said
America
before,
fucking
the greatest
sucks.
time ever to be alive.
That's right.
Because
folks, listen to Mike Lindell. America, you're shit unless Trump is running you. Unless Donald John Trump is your president, you really don't have any hope. You've been crap till now. You've never really done anything worthwhile ever in the world, and until Trump is reinstated, you're just you're a shithole. Let's just tell him, Mike.
The things I put up, they all, for some reason, Twitter didn't like that. I thought, well, that's weird. I had very few things, that they had covered up. But boy, as soon as you put up that one thing that I guess came from a chart from Dennis Montgomery, that this little piece put up, it was all over Twitter. And then boom, 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 they started covering up. And then all of a sudden, everybody, every time I'm out there validating this from multiple sources.
Which he didn't do.
And they bring up, every time something came up like absolute proof or anything like that, oh, that's Dennis Montgomery. He's a con man.
Yeah.
You know what? They're lying. Do you ever think, what if they're
lying?
Larry Johnson? Why are they doing this? I have seen it, Brandon. I have seen it. I have it all. And these people that are heroes, they're going to go down in history. Dennis Montgomery's a hero. Mary Fanning's a hero. You're a hero. Kurt Olson's a hero. Conan's a hero. Todd's a hero. Sidney's a hero. All these people. Rudy's a hero. Anybody that fought for our country and did not give up in that 2020 election because it was hacked. This isn't about Donald Trump. But you know what? But we can sure see if you don't have the politics, how they affect us. Think of what Donald Trump did for our country. You go back to December 2019, all the great decisions and promises he made, he's still our president. Any governor out there that says any different and they don't talk about the 2020 election, and you better hang those signs all over our country, Trump 2021. That's just going to be a great bonus to getting rid of all these machines and having fair elections with piece of paper and defending our country on this attack. That'll just be a bonus, having the greatest president ever back in office. And whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, you're a Democrat, I'm really sorry. China picked you, okay? My friends that are Democrats, they're going, this is horrific what's going on now. This is horrific, the stuff that's going on. I went to fill my gas tank. I couldn't believe it. I go, what? I mean, it doubled. And this isn't, everybody, you got to realize, when they laid off 50,000 union jobs on the day of the inauguration.
Yeah, the Keystone Pipeline, which they ran on and Obama wanted to do.
Biden and Kamala Harris, I think everybody believes they're puppets because they're, of China. No. Because nobody would make those decisions to keep.
And giving Afghanistan to the Taliban, I did a whole show last night. Who benefits from that? China. Who wants to build motorways through there? China. Who wants to get minerals out of there? China.
Good luck.
So apparently, Biden just gave.
Who wants to the Taliban communicating with the Uyghurs in China? Oh.
This is what I'm saying. Right now, what's going on? We're in a race here, everybody. We're in a race.
Is that why you're talking so fast?
That doesn't help either party. And I heard they gave them all kinds of equipment and everything, too. These guys,
they're grabbing up all kinds of weaponry.
These veterans, our military, these guys fight. They're proud. They're Americans. Whatever happened, you salute the flag. You stand up for the flag and for our country. These guys fought and fought. And now you just say it's all for nothing because we're letting China take our country through an election? And can't people see it?
What the fuck?
To the Democrats out there. I mean, you know, these guys that, like your Zachary Petrinza, that's not a Democrat. These guys are evil, corrupt people that have.
They're lizards. They eat baby milkshakes.
That are pushing the narrative to the Democrats. My friends that are Democrats and liberals.
Yeah, you have a lot of them.
Say to them, go look at what's happening. They opened the border. People are dying from fentanyl, human trafficking. This doesn't make sense. Bringing new viruses across the China man.
New ones.
This is what they're doing. Those guys don't have to get vaccinated, but you do in order to do your job. That's what's going on. 50,000 union jobs gone. To do what?
To stop Canadian shale oil from seeping into our aquifers.
Everybody, not just the gas where they benefit.
And stop them from poisoning Native American land.
Buy right now, it raised the price because of shipping and the shortage we have of raw materials, of stuff coming for any product. It's
yeah, but specifically Chinese stuffing for pillows
that
are made in America.
Follow the dots and follow the dots. And you know what? It's going to open a lot of people's eyes. And I'm looking forward to all the people out there. When you talk about politicians, now is your time. All of you your federal senators and congressmen, your governors, your secretary of states, you guys better wake up. And I'm even talking the Democrat ones because you're going to have to explain. Sure. You're going to have to explain, and very soon, the things that you tried to bury and let people bury
Jesus
the
Christ.
2020 election. You know, I'm telling you, and I'm going to do another plea. All you, and we've got a lot right now. If you're a Dominion employee and you were laid off, and you know that this was done.
You mean between elections when they let some people go, or when they rehire people, or they have a whole turnover of a team?
Safe place, you're a patriot. You don't need to live in fear anymore of them hurting you and doing something to you because you know something.
They're not going to hurt you.
Everybody needs to stand up. If you're out there and you used to be afraid, I can't stay, I back Donald Trump. You know what? I'm
not afraid to say that. It's just not true.
I can't talk about machines because of why? Because
you're lying and you're talking out of your ass.
Might let me go, or I'm not gonna. I have to take a vaccine because my employees might let me go.
Your employees might let you go. Who gets fired by their workers?
Talks about, or I gotta let you can't talk. It's hush hush in the office. What? Anybody out there living in fear, fear not. I'll take the fear out of it. Come to me. We're going to get a thing up on Frank's speech by tomorrow. It's going to be up there, a form. You fill out if you know something you want to whistleblow, if you've been living in fear.
Yeah, it'll be up tomorrow.
If you have, even if it's anonymous,
Jesus.
If you know something. We're going to blow it out, everybody. And here's another thing every American can do. Everyone that was at the symposium, all 50 states. Get engaged on there's all kinds of great groups.
I'm engaged.
Your governors, go to your secretaries.
Well, my way of engagement is not going to my governor because I'm fine with Gavin Newsom. I'm going to vote for him in the recall, for example, because I think he's doing fine. But and my Secretary of State is fine as well. The way I'm engaging is by looking at your bullshit and making fun of it.
It doesn't even take that long. Get the PCAPs out of the routers and do the audit.
Yeah, that doesn't even exist.
And the same thing.
Get the PCAPs out of the routers.
From the extrapolated from.
Do you squeeze it? Do you have to twist the router, or do you milk it? What are you doing, Sam? I come here to get the PCAPs out the router.
State and for the counties too. Of all these,
is he ever going to play this fucking audio from this guy?
6 swing states. We have this at the symposium. You could put in a state. What happened in my state?
I have not called Chief Justice Roberts yet, but I will. That's on my list, Gratch.
Down below, click on it, and you see what it did to your state. New Hampshire went to Donald Trump, not Biden.
No, it didn't.
To Donald Trump, not Biden. Wisconsin, Donald Trump.
Texas, Biden.
Pennsylvania, Donald
Florida,
Trump. Georgia, Donald Trump. Arizona, Donald Trump. Nevada, Donald Trump. But every other state, every single one that went red, Every single one, it was a lot more red. They took 1 million votes out of Florida and Texas, everybody, and that was checked out by 3 different things. Draja was on the stage, and she did the mathematics, and her numbers matched what we already have from the people.
It's almost like the details from the election are a known number. The details from what you would need to win are a known number. The fake votes are a number you can create out of thin air, and that's a known number, and you can create equations out of this.
President or politician that is for the people will respond because the stuff, man.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Biden's infrastructure bill, for example, has got like 65% favorability even among Republicans.
Party. We're not a racist country either. We're as far from a racist country as you can get. I spent a lot of time down in downtown Minneapolis. You sit and tell that to my friends that we're racist. My Pillow, we have 2,500 employees. 500 of them are probably liberal Democrats, and we have every race from black, from Hispanic to Asian.
That's all the liberal Democrats?
Question every one of them. We don't think about this as like politics. None of them's going to say, oh, Mike, boy, he just won't give up because he wants his friend Donald Trump back in office. Are you kidding? If Donald Trump lost fair and square, I'd be the first one to say, I'm not going to go out there and say, oh, there's fraud when there wasn't. Give me a break. I've had better things to do. My company's been attacked by employees, everything, but they know I'm fighting for our freedoms for every single American. I told Jim Acosta when he called about 3-4 weeks ago, I go, Jim, don't you get
Holy shit.
it? I said, just like I told CNN the other day, just for a minute, I asked that reporter, I said, what if I'm telling you is true? Would you care that China attacked our country? And finally he said, well, yes. And I said, well, then don't you think for 1 minute that people should go around and open up the machines and just to check on it?
Well, we do have those. We have Secretary of States. We have verification processes. They run dummy elections to check them. There's a lot of stages in this. Why are you pretending there aren't?
I forget his last name for the CNN, Drew Griffin. Drew Griffin sent me a nice postcard, a nice thing, thanking me for the interview. I like Drew. Now, there's a reporter. You know, he was there.
He's also Antifa. I'm just saying.
And I know he works for CNN, but I'm sorry, I give him a lot of respect. The ones behind him telling
shame on Fox
questions, that were behind, these hit job lady behind that did the interview, but you know what? That's his job, and he's doing this, and maybe he had some sincerity, but he was very sincere when he sent me that card because he knows. He did tell me this, Mike. All I know is you believe you're right, no matter what.
Yeah, we all believe you're gullible and stupid.
I'll leave everybody with this one more time. Okay. Jimmy Kimmel said to me halfway through.
Kimmel, not Kimball.
Foot.
That's Dr. Richard Kimball you're thinking of from The Fugitive, who, by the way, did not kill his wife.
100% I would. The Washington Post came to Minnesota, went around, asked every one of my acquaintances, enemies, friends, didn't matter. They couldn't find one person to say that I would not do that. Not one. They couldn't even find anybody to lie. And that's it. And I'll tell you what, halfway through that interview, and this kind of says it all. I was talking to Jimmy, and I said we went to a break, and we talked about where our country's been divided.
In the blackface conversation, we've heard this before. Jesus Christ.
They even attacked.
It was the one-armed man that stole the election.
Blackface stuff in the 90s, whatever he did, I don't even know it all. And I said, look what they tried to do to you last summer, attacking you. And he turned to me and said, yeah, but Mike, I did something bad. All you did was back a person you believe in. Well, that's partially true, Jimmy.
Yeah, but he also funded some of the people that ended up on January 6th. So there's that.
Met him in August 15, 2016. What I was attacked for is when I started calling out this election that we were attacked by China through a cyber attack through Dominion machines and other machines. Was attacked. There's a big difference there. No
posters
be attacking me because this has nothing to do with Donald Trump or Joe Biden. This has to do with our elections. Our election, when I'm trying, and I've never said from day one in that interview, I've never badmouthed the Democrats. You'll never hear me do it. You'll never even do it, Brandon. I'm going, you know what? The Democrats warned us about it in that movie Kill Chain. They all warned us about this. Every one of them going, yes, we got to worry about Chris Krebs, who said it was the best election ever, the most secure. 3 months ago, he's getting interviewed. He says, what's the biggest threat to our country? A cyber attack right down to the local races.
By China.
By China. By China. He said that too. I just want to ask, I'm going to ask this. All you politicians out there, all you governors, you got my number. Why wouldn't you call me up? Why wouldn't you call me up and say, hey, we're going to do an audit in a little place here? You know?
Because you don't deserve that kind of attention.
Oh, if you're the government, I don't know what's left there, though. I don't even trust anything in the government. If they did call me, I'd probably go, talk to the hand. We're bringing it to the Supreme Court. Because I don't trust any of them.
They are part of the government. They're the third. Never mind.
Right before the inauguration, he said that we were attacked by China or a cyber attack. Do you remember that, Brandon?
Yes.
That's
the former director of national intelligence.
Right, and he was there, and he said we were attacked. Bill Barr, where are you? I would love to interview Bill Barr and say, how did you say back in November that this election, that wasn't enough to overturn the election? You didn't look, Bill. And then you make another, you double down this spring. Who's getting to these people? I don't get it. We as an American people need to see stuff. We need to uncover all of this
stuff.
I don't even know if we want to wait to get this to the Supreme Court. We need to right now call your governors and stuff and your attorney generals and say, just audit any county.
Yeah, just any county.
Dominion. What they've done is criminal. They're criminals. That Secretary of State in Colorado, what she's trying to do to Tina Peters, who's an American hero, because she's got something on Dominion? Give me a break.
Dude is full on flipping out. Just for the record, by the way, yeah, somebody in the chat room did bring up the fact that he's saying Biden and Harris not only are bad people, but we went straight past socialism to communism, that they're communists and they're destroying our country, and that in terms of like Biden being illegitimate, I mean that's you could take that as like a generic one because it's about the election, perhaps. But the idea was that Biden is. Stole the election. The Democrats were part of it. China did it through the machines, but that Biden and Harris have taken advantage of it and turned us into they are destroying our country. They are currently destroying. So they are anti-American. They hate the country, which I would list as negatives. And by the way, they are not watching this.
A lot faster. Fox is shown around the world. These hosts that work there, and you're going, oh, I got my job. I see Dan today going, I say what I want on my show. Dan.
This is a good freeze.
Are you afraid of Sean Hannity? You know what? Tina Peters doesn't have a job right now. She's afraid for her life. She's out there. She's willing to risk it all because she knows what has happened. She's seen what has happened, what Dominion's doing with this cover-up. Your country's gone.
Why is
what are you
she
going to
afraid
sit
for her
there?
life?
You guys will get retired of reporting the weather. You're not reporting nothing. You're not reporting anything. If you can't get behind these people and keep going.
Honest to God, why is Tina Peters afraid for her life? What's she going to get? Max 2 years if she finds out that she participated in a security breach like that? What the fuck are you talking about? She's scared for her life because she knows you'll buy her a house in Texas. What? I don't even understand what the fuck he's talking about.
All this stuff, is that true, Sean? Is it true that I got to...
He's yelling at Sean Hannity again, which I'm for.
Turn down the ads. Is that true, Sean? Say it on your radio show. I'm calling you guys out. I'm tired of it. We're all in this together. We've all lived the American dream. You need to get out and be journalists again. So what if you get...
They were never journalists. What the fuck are you talking
everyone
about?
else in the country? Come on, Sean. You can work at the pillow factory.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Go from $90 million a year to working in the pillow factory.
If you're another one...
for America.
If your podcast has not been kicked off of YouTube or kicked off of Vimeo, you're not out there talking either. What are you worried about your...
I've been kicked off before. I'm back on, though. But what I say is honest and true. I'm not concerned.
Over here, and you can start speaking it out. And you know what I'm talking about. I can sit and name you all. In fact, I might start doing that because I'm kind of wondering how certain of these people that had the, we're always talking about Christian conservative and all this stuff, and all of a sudden they're not kicked off of YouTube. That's very suspicious.
Yeah, why is Flashpoint still on YouTube?
Scenes. And pretty soon, a lot of people, a lot of churches don't even get to talk about Jesus. And now I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to say, I'm going to have coming up, I think what I'm going to have in the future is another big event. And we're going to bite the pastors of our country. All the church
pastors. It's going to be a 3-day God symposium.
Speaking out in your churches, everybody. This right here is...
This is live, otherwise I would zip forward in this past to when he starts doing the audio. Holy shit.
Now, this is the greatest time for the greatest revival in history. You're sitting there praying, get out.
Jesus, this asshole is as repetitive as Trump.
All the churches need to get out there and these pastors need to...
Do you have to be a certified God expert to be able to get credentials? Will you be inviting the press and religious people and God himself?
What, are you afraid of some Johnson law? We're not talking about...
I am not afraid of Mike Johnson.
Our country. We're talking about evil coming into our country. This attack by China. It's over. You talk about end times. If you're a pastor, get up and talk about that. But at least start speaking out. All of you big evangelists out there, you better start talking about the 2020 election. And you better start talking about machines and vaccines.
Vaccines? That's it. Now they're going to play the clips.
To come back on is Mike's announcing a daily show, 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. The Lindell Report with Mike Lindell.
Oh, it's yeah, and he's got somewhere to be.
In Central Time.
His dealer's showing up in about 25 minutes.
Speech.com.
The Johnson law. He's talking about Lyndon Johnson had this rule about tax exemption for churches, and if they start politicizing their talk or whatever, they could possibly lose their tax exempt status.
After I invented my pill, they said, "How could you keep talking about a pill with that much compassion?" Because it works. Because it helps so many people. How can I keep talking about this 2020 election? Because it's 100% true what happened.
No, it isn't. Your delusion, again, like pillows all aside, but what the fuck? Why would anyone take that seriously? Look, as a stand-up doing this show, I believe in it. I believe in what I say as a stand-up. I believe in what I say when I'm on here. And so that's why I talk about it. That doesn't guarantee that everything I say in my stand-up actually occurred. Like if I tell a joke, the fact that I do it with exuberance does not guarantee that it occurred in reality exactly the way I'm relating it, especially if it's a comedy.
We have a platform where you put stuff on just like Rumble, just like YouTube, just like...
No, not just like that. You don't have other people.
You're not going to get deplatformed. That's where I spent millions of dollars worth. That's what makes my total in the tens of millions that I put into this. And so everybody just... what we're going to do, I think, tomorrow, and maybe by tomorrow night, we're going to go through the checklist of taking the fear out of people so we can really get everybody on board. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're signing off for tonight. Mike Lindell, 11 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, right here at frankspeech.com on Lindell TV.
Wait a minute. He kept talking after that bullshit? They just threw that? That was a totally different clip? For fuck's sake. He still hasn't taken this shit down, by the way. Sidney Powell. Look at Sidney Powell.
Welcome back to Brandon House live on Lindell TV.
Strip them a much louder and bigger microphone through defendingtherepublicpac.com. And
I'm hiding in a basement that, quite frankly, could use some Flex Seal. I'm not going to lie. This is my kid's playroom. I'm in about a foot of water right now.
We're encouraging people to donate just $200 a year or less even. But for millions of Americans,
I would say more. You're going to need more.
To come together regardless of political party. If you care about this country.
I do care about this country, but I'm not giving you any.
Care about the core issues, want to root out government corruption.
If you care about this country and you like my show, please super chat or think about becoming a patron. And then do it, actually. Don't just think about it. But I do not recommend that you send $200 or less to SidneyPowell.org.
Wherever it is found, regardless of political parties, and restore integrity and a citizen government like we were intended to have, then please join us at Defending the Republic.
everyone in office is a citizen, right?
Publicpac.com.
Is it
Help us get the
okay? That's
word out.
defendingtherepublicpac.com and defendingtherepublic.org. Two different websites, correct?
Yeah, that's a branding problem.
Yes. One's a PAC and the other one is a nonprofit organization to conduct the litigation as well as doing certain issue advocacy. There are different legal limits and constraints on.
Yeah, on one, we can take large donations and we don't actually have to spend it on anything. And in the other one, we can go from infinity to infinity and beyond, just so I'm saying.
Each of them. And
Thank
we
you,
want
Heidi.
to be able to come at it from every angle we can on behalf of the American people, regardless of the political party.
Well, obviously not, because as a Democrat, I think you're an affront to both democracy itself and the Democratic Party, and you're clearly attacking Joe Biden as some sort of fucking baby eater. So I just don't feel it's genuine, Sydney. I just don't. Also, love Buzz Lightyear.
They used to belong to or exist that has part of the problem.
Absolutely. You mentioned frontline doctors. I don't know if you know this or not, but just a few weeks ago,
my hair's back in a ponytail.
Dr. Simone Gold, America's frontline doctors, some of their attorneys, some pilots, pharmacists, all came here to the
yes, actually, somebody does put Sydney in a corner. Just saying.
Mid-South.
Mrs.
And
Crabapple.
Michelle Malkin moderated, and then our entire WVW TV studios team, we filmed them doing 4 one-hour town hall meetings.
That's interesting. Did you actually put lights on people's faces? Because you're in the dark, Brandon, and again, as the director, owner, and check casher of Lindell TV, why the fuck can't you get lit?
Just released our...
You know how I mean that.
Or 2 last night, played it here.
She has better lighting, and she's in a kid's playroom in a basement.
Here, and now it's archived over at WVWTV.com. Next week...
Wait a minute. He's got his own, beyond Lindell's speech? WVWTV.com. What the fuck? Worldview Weekend. Worldviewweekend.com. That's the fucking channel? It's the 18th annual Ozarks Worldview Weekend. Oh my God. October 15th to 17th, 2021 at the Lake of the Ozarks. Near one of the best Delta variant breakouts you'll ever see. And we're all going to head on over to Branson and see live versions. There's an impersonator. It's not actually Lee Greenwood. It is a Lee Greenwood impersonator. It's actually 4 kids, and they're different ages, and they all do different ages of Lee Greenwood. The 13-year-old does this weird thing with his shirt open from one of the early albums. I don't think that's appropriate. But evaluating the U, unconditional election in the Calvinistic acronym TULIP Part 2, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin with Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. Or as I call her, Miss Tuppence. A man who transformed the morals of a nation, enemies within. Do we know who that is? I don't know. But obviously he transformed my morals, and I didn't know it. Former Pfizer executive blows the lid off the COVID vaccines. Slavery in the Old and New Testaments, revealing the truths of slavery in Islam. Living through a coup, 79 Iran, and lessons for Americans today. The infiltration of the church. Mike Lindell, Brandon House, and Mary Fanning on the premiere making of their docu-movie Absolute Proof from February 7th. Fabricated concepts of social distancing and contact tracing, evaluating the U, Part 2. Dr. Zev Zelenko on medical report that claims 75% people that receive the COVID vaccine suffer greatly. I must be in the 25% because I'm doing pretty good. The infiltration of the church, Part 4. It's got to be a multi-party thing. U.S. nuclear weapons and the scientific and industrial base that supports the U.S. nuclear deterrent. All right? Fabricated content. We've seen that already. Evaluating the U. Brannon, Bannon, and Lindell live at the Cyber Symposium. I think someday in the future we're going to have to crack into this website, kids. But this is from worldviewweekend.com, which is what the WVW in Lindell TV's graphic thing when it's on the front of the thing means, where it came from, and that which explains a lot, and also is Brandon House's side bitch, apparently.
We'll release the next, and then following week, the 4th, 4 one-hour town hall meetings with a live audience with America's frontline doctors. What are you doing with America's frontline doctors? Because I did not know this until you just brought it up that you're working with them.
Right. Well, we've participated in several meetings with them. I know Dr. Simone Gold and really have admired her work, and several of the other doctors too. And we're interested in their concerns about the medical issues affecting the country writ large and the American people as a whole. And we're willing to partner with them to work on litigation as needed. We're looking at national billboard campaigns to get the word out to the American people in a way that it can't be shut down. Interestingly enough, Brandon, we've actually been shut down by some of the billboard companies who have refused to take just basic messages on billboards. So they're
just basic. Like, take a little time out to enjoy the view. Basic messages like vaccines kill, COVID's fake, the election fraud. You mean those kind of basic?
Monitoring and suppressing speech, even in the billboard community.
The billboard community. It's a minority community, and they're really underserved. The billboard community.
There used to be a time when people's money was green, and as long as it was legal and moral, they would take your money.
Well, that's where the hang-up, Brandon. Legal and moral gets into the moral being the main one, obviously, and then legal being the culpability of the publisher if they put these billboards up and they've agreed to do it and they carry a message that actually ends up getting someone killed. Like if you put up a billboard, just because your money's green, that says drunk driving is a better way to drive, don't believe the hype, and has a phone number that you can call to see if you're drunk enough to drive, for example, you can't just pay to put that up because trouble.
Now, I've actually had people I don't have time to get into it, and everybody
don't bother.
Knows the story.
By the way, when Biden does that, they shit all over him.
Pretty much, but every time we turn around, we have had vendors canceling us, people we had long-term contracts with, streaming companies, CDN, MailChimp, Livestream, people saying, you keep doing this and talking about machines and vaccines and working with Mike Lindell, we're canceling you. We were on the...
Well, no, they're not canceling you. You don't have a right to be on their network.
Air, and a company we've been working with for our CDN, our content delivery, they gave us a warning that you remove all that content on your website with Mike Lindell, we're canceling your contract and pulling all your stuff down, your players. I didn't even have time to get off the air to deal with it. When I got off the air, everything was already shut down.
Well, because whoever was repping you said no.
Now we think everything we're doing is legal, moral, ethical. It's our opinion. We believe it's more than opinion. We believe it's fact.
Yeah, but they don't. That's right. You believe it's fact, but they don't have to carry what you believe is fact to other human beings on their networks or on their platforms. They do not owe you this.
It's scientific proof, i.e. Dr. Frank.
Right.
But
why is, hold on. Dr. Frank is a physicist, allegedly. Secondly, his argument is his algorithm and the statistical improbability of a Democrat winning because in other elections, no. And he doesn't recognize that we were in a pandemic, that more people voted by mail, that more people voted early, any of that shit. He just goes, it wasn't like this in 2008.
I've never experienced this as a business person in my entire life.
Yeah, well, that's try selling child porn like Matt Gaetz' buddy.
Well, it's a combination of pure fascism. I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Well, it's not pure. It's been stepped on. It's a bunch of shit. It's all stems and seeds. Look at me using weed references and never having done drugs. You're welcome.
Yes,
See, you can be smart about things that you don't actually participate in. If you remember things.
Corporate America starts enforcing the policies of the left to turn us into an authoritarian, totalitarian, communist regime.
Yes.
That's the basic essence of it.
Yeah, that's always been the fear, is that corporations turn us into a communist regime.
They've turned away from God in every respect because God hates deceit and he loves the truth.
Well, I'm fairly certain, and don't quote me on this, but I'm fairly certain that Amazon Web Services is the provider for Pornhub. And so I don't know that they leaned your direction. You know, they have the same limits morally that you have. I mean, I have no idea what kind of Wi-Fi you get in that basement. So
truth. They are doing everything they possibly can to suppress the truth, which means...
It is the Kraken room. Yes, it's
They know darn well that they have lied and deceived everyone in this country and are trying to do it around the world.
The nerve.
They are terrified of the truth. And the fact that they can't allow open debate.
Or, I mean, this is an example I've used before, and I would like to float this out there. We've only got a few minutes left. I'm gonna sign off at 7 because I hung out extra long because I missed you guys on Friday. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that sometimes what you're afraid of is actually being the conduit by which damage is done. You know, again, a father, or mother for that matter, who protects her children from a home invader is not afraid that the home invader has the truth. Like, what if they really do own this house that we've lived in for 10 years? Like, nobody, just because you're attacking them doesn't mean that you're afraid of them. They don't get credit for breaking into your fucking house.
On these issues proves that, if nothing else does. I mean,
Absolutely.
The very fact that the audits of these voting machines have been fought tooth and nail everywhere we've tried to get access to them.
Well, they don't trust you. Why should anyone? You have not earned the right to that access. That's the concern. No one trusts you, and they have every reason not to trust you. Ask Tina Peters.
Tells us all we need to know about how much they're hiding and all the things that went.
Well, they are technically hiding something. It's true. Dominion is hiding the software and the hardware of their devices from, say, Iran.
Into committing the massive fraud that happened on November 3rd.
Which didn't happen.
Well, let's talk about some of the people that are trying to hide the truth, suppress the truth, bully people, shame people, intimidate people.
You mean, but enough about Mike Pillow.
Even prosecute people for doing what was a civil right, a civil liberty to do in America. One of the two.
What are they prosecuting people for? It was never a civil right to storm the Capitol and gouge a cop's eyeball out.
People we've been really watching here and talking about a lot is the Secretary of State in Michigan and the Attorney General in Michigan. We know for a fact that we have tweets from some of them and public press releases from some of them, of those two ladies.
Public statements?
Intimidating lawyers who...
Are they intimidating them, or are they saying, if you waste our fucking time and waste our state's money and waste the money of our constituents, we'll fuck you up?
We're just simply being hired by their client in Michigan to represent them when they thought they
to file nuisance lawsuits to give the illusion that there was fraud to help the president create, to foment the big lie.
The vote was disenfranchised. And now we find out that those lawyers are having their banking questioned. They're being contacted by their banks to see if raising money for election integrity is a legitimate business. They've had their legal license potentially.
See if you mean being funded by foreign interests, which are dumping money into these folks?
Threatened, their professional insurance threatened.
Well, yeah, because they're filing nuisance lawsuits and bullshit. They're wasting the court's time, and the taxpayer is on the hook for it.
All they did, Sydney, was have a client that came to them and said, "Will you? Can I hire you? I think my vote was not honored. It was not counted." And they get hired, and they start representing their client. And all of a sudden,
no, they're not. They're not. Nobody is going to trial and going, I had to fill out a provisional ballot, and I don't think I should have. I should be able to vote, and can I please have a ruling that allows me to vote right now and have it added to the rolls that I voted for this? Nobody's filing that. They are meeting up with some asshole who, in the state of Pennsylvania, for example, the two people that were represented by Sidney Powell and that crowd, came to tell the courts that their votes were not counted because they were thrown out because their signature wasn't a perfect match by a red county clerk, and they voted for Trump, and they said that that's indicative. If ours were in Philadelphia, they were curing ballots and calling people. They didn't call me in my county, so my right to vote was denied. So the people in Philly who did get called, their votes should be thrown out. What the fuck kind of court case is that? That's really the case they filed. That's what he's talking about. One would think if you were filing a legitimate case, you would go, we would like our client, or there's two of them, we would like both of these fellows' their votes to be reinstated. I read something as it was going by and the word jumped into my head. That we want their votes reinstated. It is just about their vote. But because a red county clerk who knew that most of the mail-in vote would be coming from Democrats was throwing a shit ton of them out willy-nilly, and some Republicans got caught up in that, but they really didn't give a fuck because they knew the majority of the votes they were throwing out were Democrats, and a couple of those Republican voters went, hey, what gives? And probably only found out because they filed and then they tried to vote twice. But what they wanted as restitution, what they wanted as relief from the court was not for their vote to be counted, but for hundreds of thousands of people in Philadelphia to not have their votes counted because someone called them up and said, did you vote on this day? Did you vote this? And they go, yes. A true vote by someone verified by somebody at the county clerk's office, they don't want that counted because theirs wasn't. Fuck you.
They're being threatened with criminal prosecution out of Michigan. I just read an article.
No, they're not. They're being threatened with sanction.
From, I think, The Hill, that you are coming up against those same two ladies, the Attorney General of Michigan and the Secretary of State, correct?
Right, for wasting their time.
And the governor, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of State of Michigan and the city of Detroit have sought sanctions against me.
Right. That's what happens when you're a lawyer and you file bullshit lawsuits and it costs the city a lot of money and your case is a bunch of garbage.
In Michigan, and also trying to take my bar license from Texas.
Yes, she is wearing a Kraken shirt.
Started proceedings.
She's wearing her own merch. Most of the time, that's a no-no.
It's against me with the Texas State Bar to take my law license.
Stop lying.
Which I've enjoyed for 43 years in the highest sense of practice of the law as an officer of the court without...
Yeah. And BTK was a great park ranger, according to everybody, until they caught him. And?
A smidgen of a complaint.
I mean, say what you will about Ted Bundy, but he was a good fundraiser for the Republican Party.
Against me from anyone. I've opposed...
The Golden State Killer was I'm sure some of the tickets he handed out as a police officer were legit.
Or worked with or represented in any way. They held a press conference against me to announce their actions against me when the grievance process is supposed to be confidential. They sent out fundraising ads and emails and texts.
Well, you were making a public statement about them. Your grievances with them were very public.
Messages or whatever.
Yeah, Casey was great for 40 years. John Wayne Gacy was a great clown at kids' parties. Right, Kraken? Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze.
To try to raise funds off their attacks on me. And all we did was represent constitutionally protected electors, literally named in the Constitution, who clearly had
none of the electors in Michigan were named in the Constitution, unless they were all named Hancock.
To raise the constitutional issues we raised and put 3 cases on the docket of the United States Supreme Court, defending the Republic.
Yeah, it's not about the Supreme Court. You're not getting busted for that. It's your bullshit filings in Michigan that they're going after. They don't give a fuck what happens with the Supreme Court.
Org is the only organization that put 3 cases on the docket of the Supreme Court, which the court then itself rendered moot by failing to act on our emergency motions in what I can only call one of the greatest institutional failures in the history of our country.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest institutional failures in the history of our country. Not, I don't know, the Bush administration's response on 9/11. Just keep reading My Pet Goat. Just keep reading it. No one notices it's upside down. Yeah, not I don't know, trying for ages and not getting us out of Vietnam until the last minute. The other presidents who couldn't or wouldn't get us out of Afghanistan till now, for example.
I talked to Mike right before we went on the air, and I think...
And my ears still hurt.
When we hung up, he said, I'm going to call Sydney. So did he reach you before we came on the air?
Yes, we spoke briefly.
Because he told me to tell you...
Is it possible to speak briefly with Mike Lindell?
And then he said, well, I'll just call and tell her. He wanted me to tell you live here on the air that he wanted you to know, if you didn't already, and to come and be a part of and see what's going to happen at this symposium. He hasn't announced
the before the symposium
date or the location.
This is way older. Fucking hell.
Told me to mention to the audience tonight that he will be mentioning all that after the 4th of July. But what do you make of this symposium where they're going to unpack these CPACs and let
these CPACs, CPACs, where they're going to have everybody from CPAC come and speak.
Let the computer experts come in and the forensic...
Yeah, the computer experts from CPAC.
Computer forensic experts come in, and the media and elected officials are really going to start pushing with some national petitions to demand... Get the voters and the American citizens to demand their federal officials, their state officials, their elected officials show up and see this proof for themselves. What do you make about what Mike's planning to do here, Sydney?
Well, I think it's certainly important for people to understand what happened here, and the more information we can get about that, the better.
Well, then I don't want to ruin it for you. Spoiler alert, but that is not what occurred.
It's particularly important for our state legislators to understand it because they have the power to recall the electors for fraud. Fraud vitiates or disposes of everything, undoes everything that wrong.
No, it doesn't. They have up until it's certified to do that.
Wrongfully happened as a result of that fraud. For example, if someone defrauds you out of your money, they have to give you your money back. If they defraud you out of your jewelry, they have to give you your jewelry back.
If they defraud you out of your Trump, they have to give you your giant Cheeto covered in insulation and in a golf shirt back.
Ought to have to give us our president back because we the people, as my new t-shirt says, know Trump.
Yeah, don't forget you can get merch at crackit.com.
Won.
Wait a minute, where do we get this new t-shirt?
Yeah.
It's at sydneypowell.com.
And what's it say?
It says, we the people know Trump won.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm surprised that t-shirt companies have not stopped her from doing it. It's amazing. How do you even... Oh my gosh. SydneyPowell.com. I have to go over there and see what they've got. There's the... Oh, it's fabulous. Look at this. It's wonderfully... It's a great... I mean, this is... I don't know who she had working on this website, but it's fabulous. It's wonderful. Sydney Powell, author of the bestseller, License to Lie, Filings and Evidence, SCOTUS, Arizona SCOTUS, Georgia SCOTUS, Michigan SCOTUS, Wisconsin SCOTUS. Not the actual SCOTUS, but okay. Media, articles, live TV, radio, podcasts, speaking events, and we can shop. Let's see. Let's shop. Sydney Powell's got some stuff. Fighting for Freedom, Navy, $30. DTR, Fighting for Freedom, Defending the Truth.com. Yeah. A signed picture. Do what now? We the People, Trump won, motorcycle flag. Cooling towel. Defending the Republic. That's wonderful. Look at this. Here's a whole kit. This is like a picnic kit, y'all. I'm going to have me a picnic kit. We're going to go out there and like that. And look at this. Betsy Ross can't be canceled, okay? I mean, never mind that we don't use this one anymore because we've got 50 states now. So we kind of canceled this flag once we got more than 13 colonies. So, yeah. Multiple copies of License to Lie with personalized message. That's going to cost you $150. Autograph second edition, hardback, and t-shirt gift set. A case of 14 books for $300 so you can pass them out to friends. Here it is. This is the shirt she's talking about. We the people know Trump won. It's in white and black and white and black. It's black and white, white and black and white and black and white. We the people know Trump won. Jesus Christ. Okay, go back. I'm sorry.
I bet those are selling like hotcakes.
Well,
yes, they got syrup all over them. I think it's a mistake, but it's my merch support team. They put syrup on everything.
Oh, they just came out today. And
So I haven't sold a one.
this is the first public announcement of the release of the new T-shirt. And we also have another one that's very patriotic for the 4th of July. We the people can't be canceled.
Oh, that's nice. We the people. Where's that one? I got to find that one. That one sounds sweet. Where is it? That Betsy Ross says that. This is the shirt she's wearing, by the way. Look at this. Look at that. That's wonderful. Blow this thing up. There you go. Release the Kraken. Defending the Republic. There's Mitch McConnell, Joe Biden, Kamala, Schumer, Pee Wee Herman, George Soros. There's the Squad. And I think Eric Swalwell. Sharks. No Woke Zone. There you go. And Nancy Pelosi with her mouth taped shut. And then this weird queen picture of her with like a crown on. Fucking hell. Nah. All right,
wow. So we the people can't be canceled, and we the people know that Trump won?
Yeah.
It's so good. I mean, how did you even think of that? Y'all, it's amazing.
And those are available at SydneyPowell.com.
Sydney. It's pronounced Sydney. Thank you. Yes.
Exactly.
Nobody ever pronounces it right.
SydneyPowell.
SND.
SydneyPowell.com. And this is the first. I told you guys.
P Pow. PAHWEUL. Yeah.
That we started to be a lot of breaking news. Here's some of the breaking news. 2 new T-shirts by Sidney Powell. That's great.
I want everybody to be able to show their knowledge of who won this election in a way that can't be taken down.
Well, obviously, someone could, tear your shirt off like a beast.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right.
So that's why you didn't make pants, because they can clearly be taken down.
We've got so much to cover. Let's get to this gentleman, Charles Richard. Tell me about Charles, because that's in
Charles, as we call him, Chuck Dick.
Michigan too, right?
Yes, that's in Michigan too.
Yeah, Chuck Dick
was a local official who was retaliated against by the county board that he was working with.
Did he return fire? Did he set up a catapult in his front yard?
Because he expressed his concern over the integrity of the election. And they took his job away from him. And that's illegal for multiple reasons. So
no, you can be fired.
DefendingTheRepublic.org and our great legal team, we call them Team Kraken, has stepped in to...
Because every day when they're trying to hold it together, they're cracking.
Represent him and file suit against his county board to seek his reinstatement and possibly damages based on what they did to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and go. I'm no lawyer, but neither are you for much longer. So I'm gonna go out and say it's gonna fail miserably, and it's gonna be another example of you shitting the bed.
You simply cannot retaliate against someone for their protected free speech.
No, but if they represent the voters, for example, and it's they serve at the pleasure of the board, and they've been hired to do that, if they show partisan behavior in a nonpartisan role, you can tell them to fuck off. You do know that's true, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing what is happening.
Yes, the shirts are made in China.
What other court cases are you working on that?
Yeah, tell us. This is good stuff. What other court cases
folks tonight should know about?
Well, we're stepping in 2 10th Circuit Federal Court of Appeals cases on behalf of Coy Griffin. He's one of the cowboys.
He's a fish who had his pond taken away because he supported Trump.
For Trump. In fact, he started Cowboys for Trump and has been to the White House. You may have seen him riding his horse across country to raise attention for the issues of border security, election security, all the issues.
So he didn't ride along the border, no? Because parts of it are impassable and the weather is terrible, so no one could be expected to survive that trip?
Issues that are important.
Just decided to go through the middle of the country?
Important to the American people who are the engine of this country.
Trailer.
And that we seek to advocate for at DefendingTheRepublic.org and DefendingTheRepublicPAC.com. He's, your basic good-hearted American patriot who doesn't want to see this country turned over to the communist Chinese or invaded like we're seeing at the border right now. That's an invasion of this country. It's absolutely...
Yeah, it's being repelled then. Let's see. I have to close off for the night. I gotta wrap it up. We've been going long. I don't want to hang on to you guys all night. I just missed you because I was gone for a little bit. But I want to, if I may, let's see. Biden admin deportations. Let's just look at this. It's not the best. I mean, as invasions go, first of all, the army that's invading us is, normally I would be a lot more afraid, but thanks, guys. Thank you. The Biden administration on Friday resumed fast-track deportation flights to Central America following another spike in families crossing the border into the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. The administration announced plans to resume the expedited removals on Monday, responding to building pressure on the White House to increase enforcement at the southern border as the COVID Delta variant spreads in Texas and across the USA. That's 7:30 that happened. Let's see. Let's do images. There's him, whatever. There's notice they have pictures of them of people going in, which is very strange. Notice that? You notice that? Like even the pictures. Another ICE point of viewer. Let's see. Imposes a 100-day pause on some deportations. Some. These folks, however, not so much. That's the first 100 days situation. We'll pause some undocumented, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so they slowed this back in the day. Here you go. AP. Hundreds deported under Biden, including witness to massacre. Not one more deportation moratorium on deportations on day one. No. You don't... Look, you can... keep people who deserve asylum and refugees without having to just let everyone in and stop all deportations. Are you out of your fucking mind? Who can't think past that? President Joe Biden's administration has deported hundreds of immigrants in its early days, despite the campaign's pledge to stop removing most people. Well, apparently hundreds of immigrants and most people in the U.S. illegally at the beginning of his term. A federal judge last week ordered the Biden administration not to enforce a 100-day moratorium on deportations, but the ruling did not require the government to schedule them. In recent days, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has deported immigrants to at least 3 countries, 15 people to Jamaica on Thursday and 269 people to Guatemala and Honduras on Friday. More deportation flights are scheduled Monday. It's unclear how many of those people are considered national security or public safety threats. Let's just assume they were all babies and they kicked them out because nobody would cross. I mean... illegally. The priority under new guidance that the Department of Homeland Security issued to enforcement agencies took effect Monday. Some of the people put on flights may have been expelled, which is a quicker process than deportation. Right. This is the reality here. This is what you need to know, kids. The difference between deportations and expulsions. People are expelled when they are never processed. They bring somebody in. A lot of times they are not deporting people who cross the border illegally, like especially military-aged males. That crowd, guys younger than me that cross the border. Those folks are expelled. They are not deported. They don't get a procedural hearing. They just go, "Fuck off, dude. You can work in your own country. You're not in danger. You may be the danger. So back you go." The deportations happen when somebody doesn't qualify for an asylum thing as a family or something, or doesn't have a sponsor, or Canada doesn't take them, or some other thing doesn't happen. But most of the people, when they think of people they just reject out of hand, are not deportations, they're expulsions. They just go, back where you came from, buddy. And some of those expulsions, they fly someplace. They'll actually go, all right, where'd you come from? They go, I'm from Guatemala. They go, you're on that flight, and they fly you right back. There's a very distinct difference between the two of these things, and most of the time we just use the word deportation to cover everything, just so you know. Whenever you hear the conversation about stuff, when somebody's just turned away at the border, they are expelled. They are not, it's just, yeah. In the border city of El Paso, Texas, immigration authorities on Friday deported a woman who witnessed the 2019 massacre at a Walmart that left 23 people dead. She had agreed to be a witness against the gunmen and has met with the local district attorney's office, according to her lawyers. Dude confessed. There are other witnesses, some survivors. They don't need her. That's weird. Rosa was pulled over Wednesday for a broken brake light, detained based on previous traffic warrants. So she's been pulled over many times. Then transferred to ICE, which deported her before she could reach her attorney, Melissa Lopez, executive director of the nonprofit Diocesan Immigrant and Refugee Services, which represents her. So she's been pulled over multiple times and has previous traffic warrants. And what was she, how many? 3? 7? Christ. Rosa is being identified only by her first name because she fears for her safety in Juarez, a city across the U.S.-Mexico border. For El Paso, there's known for violence and gang activity. Dude, they don't care what your name is, Rosa. And the question is, where's she from? Is she from Mexico? Does she go back there? Does she get transportation from there to someplace deeper into the country? Is the Mexican government helping people with that? Jail records confirm Rosa was booked into El Paso jail on Wednesday for the warrants and left Friday. Oh, she left. Okay. ICE said she was known as a detainer, seeking to hold her on immigration violations on the day she was arrested. El Paso District Attorney confirmed in a statement Monday that it had given Rosa's attorneys the documentation needed to request a U.S. visa for crime victims. But the statements also said that Rosa is not a victim of the Walmart shooting case. The district attorney did not immediately follow up. I mean, think about what I just read you, and then look at this headline. Really? Really? A woman with multiple tickets and multiple warrants was pulled over again. She had a detainer put on her by ICE. She was deported because she's here illegally. This version corrects that 23 people died, not 22. Okay. Biden is expected to issue a series of immigration-related executive orders Tuesday amid the expected confirmation of Alejandro Mayorkas. Those orders are expected to include the formation of a task force to reunify Trump family support. Yeah, this is way back in the beginning. Yeah. So, anyways, I'm gonna sign off now because we could just all night. Jeez, I mean, have a nice nap, Sidney Powell. I want to say thank you guys for joining me today. It's nice to be back here with you. It's interesting to me that I've been doing this show this way for a little over a year, like a year and 2 months now, and it has become, like many things can be, an integral part of my life. This is not something I did regularly. We did the Saturday radio show. I do an occasional live stream when I was someplace, but this is actually a thing now, and I am to be completely honest, I miss you guys when I'm away for a bit. It's funny. It's it's just lovely to be back, and I so far MSNBC has not called to ask me to take some pressure off of Rachel Maddow by doing 2 nights a week on her show. Now, I think that's a failure on their part. I think I would be fantastic, and I would even be willing to cut my hair so that we have the same due. And if occasionally I could put on my Nerd Halen glasses when I'm being interviewed. I mean, honestly, other than the fact that she's almost a foot taller than me, you wouldn't even notice the difference. So, yeah. But in all in all honesty, I appreciate you guys so much, and it's nice to be back, and it's nice to see you guys in the chat room. And when I'm away, I kind of go, hope they're okay. So I will see you guys tomorrow at our regular time. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. And don't forget, like and subscribe, thumbs up. What am I supposed to do? Patreon.com/HalSparks, Super Chats and all that kind of stuff are very welcome. But if you can't do any of those things, if you are financially incapable of doing any of those things, do not worry about it. But even with Patreon, if you can't afford Patreon, or if it even makes you wince or uncomfortable to think about trying to set it up, don't do it. It's okay. those of you that can, please do. But anybody who's like nervous about any of that shit or nervous about how to do super chats or all that kind of stuff, don't let my reminder do this, because I do have to pay for I got to eat. But don't let my reminder about that to those who do participate in it make you nervous or worrisome or anything like that. I appreciate you being here. It's just important for me that you know that. And if at any time you don't feel like being a supporter, do not. But if you can, please do, and thank you very much. And even if it's just to like and subscribe, share, and all that stuff. I'll see you next time. Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. Sarah, thanks for buying the shirt. That's awesome. The journal, that's even cooler. Nice job.